Well, I should be up. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, took a minute there to get us up and going. Always a joy. Always a joy. How are we doing? Kind and gentle folk. I think we have some people out there. Give me a shout out if you are here. Hey, Henry, there you go. So we have Twitch. If we have anyone from YouTube and Facebook, just give me a yell so I know that. Super weird. All right. Hey, Mikeys. So I think I got all of the files in. I'm just going to start going down the list. All right. There we go. All right. So we are up and at them. How we doing? Sorry I missed last week. I of course, being an idiot, decided to help a friend move, and I picked up like this little basket that looked like it didn't weigh anything. And of course, I leaned over and picked it up as opposed to lifting my legs because I didn't think, well, there we go. Tomas is a cripple. And so I couldn't even get my case into the car. So, yeah, sad. How we doing? How we doing? So we're going to do crits today, obviously. We've pushed them off and on to today. I guess Henry's here. Hey, hey, how's it going? All right. So, actually, this is yours, isn't it? Is this yours, Henry? I think it is, isn't it? Yep, this is you. Since you're here, why don't we start with you? We have to get people into the thing. We had quite a few. I think we had 5 or 6 ZPRs instead of ZTLs. Thank you, Mikeys. The other thing is, hold on, is my Discord launched? We have a Discord address, and this was kind of interesting. I found this out during my class the other day, and I had no idea that Discord could allow us to chat. Come on, there we go. So invite people, copy. If, Mikey's, you might want to take this down. If someone wants to talk during the crits, right? If you join the Discord thing, I don't know if you're familiar with Discord, but if you go to Discord and see Twitch stream, if you click on it, no, hold on. Oh, there it is. Twitch streaming. I think that's voice connect. Why isn't it coming up? Oh, okay. So there we go. All right, maybe that was the wrong one. Let me see if this works. Is that the same one? No. So that is the invitation to the chat in Discord. So that way we can actually get vocal feedback if you got it. Henry, will you give that a shot and see if that works. It's always a struggle. Sorry, guys. I'm not. Hey, hey. All right. So, Henry's going to try out the Discordy communication thing, because I find it's easier to actually talk about. There we go. And now he's going to unmute himself and talk here, maybe. Are you talking? Oh, I'm on mute. Hold on. Let's try that again. Are you talking?
I am.
All right, there we go. So, if you all want to verbally discuss during your critique, join that Discord link, and you can verbally ask questions. Right? I think that's what we're doing here. All right, let's look at what you got here, Henry. Okay, so let's start here. Get my clay tubes going. Oh, we need to turn smooth stronger on. So you're good. You're getting your layer thing going here, but I still think some of these intersections are rather soft. And hold on, let's turn XZ on, and you can see by just not SK trim, boom, boom. Oh, I have a new interface. This is an older interface. Damn it. I've been trying to... Two computers suck sometimes because you just never know when you change something and you forget to take it to the next machine. So you see, just by... You kind of soften those edges off, but by using your clay tubes and keeping that stuff sharp, especially going into printing, this will read substantially better. And because, a lot of your linear detail is sort of the same, right? It's the soft kind of, it's almost like a clay brush instead of a clay tubes brush. You're not getting much variation in the linear information of the detail, right? And see how this is soft? I think
that had a lot to do with I hadn't learned subdivisions yet. So everything is very soft because I was trying to smooth it back out, and I hadn't learned clay tubes yet. So everything comes out super lumpy, and then I try and smooth it back out.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Another kind of, when you're doing little humps like these, what really works well and what prints really well, here, let's knock this kind of back for a second. Crisp that edge up. One of the things that works nicely is inflate. And if you get inflate and you put one, you need to turn it up a little more than that. Put one ball first and then inflate the second. And that's a little melodramatic, but I want you to see it. And that is, what it does is it lifts that inflate off the surface a little. So instead of just a half round, you're getting a little bit of a return on that surface. And it really makes these punch off the surface. See the difference?
Yeah, a lot more reflective area underneath and around from the different angles.
Yeah, and just hit it and hit it, hit it and hit it, hit it and hit it. And those are going to punch off the surface from a lot of different directions. See, they're still on the surface, where here you're bleeding into the edges. If you don't want something that's quite that round, you can always take SK twist. Come back. Well, you can't do it in a quad model or in quad geometry, right? Because see, they're going in separate directions. You have to do it only on one axis. And so we'll just do this one first. You can come around and kind of lift these edges off with the twist, right? So that's another option. It depends on, do you want it to look more like a button or a dome, you know? But because you're getting this, let's start, sword soft. I don't know who wants a soft sword. It just seems like an odd business name, but that's just me. You know, because this is coming around, you're getting that extra kind of brightness down here. So it, and here, you know, if you want it to kind of look a little bit more like that, but just trying to get those lips in there, which are going to separate from this surface to this surface. And that go ahead.
I'm just saying I like your change there.
Yeah. And you know, that just comes, ooh, that is not clay tubes. I'm like in, and just a simple, you know, edging and keeping those things, instead of being half round, a little flatter. They're going to reflect a little bit more dramatically. And I know you were having problems with that, but we're kind of going through some of this for everybody, right? You can see by getting these things a little crisper, you're going to wind up with a slightly more defined product, because you have to remember that when you start to go through printing and then casting, a lot of the stuff is going to soften up. So you want to keep it fairly crisp in this process, because you'll lose some of this as we go along.
Yeah, once I chuck it in the tumbler.
Exactly. The tumbler can be your friend. It can be your enemy. Yeah, I think we, at William Henry, we shifted to it's a big sort of vat tumbler. You know, it's fluid and it kind of churns. And I think that's what we're using now.
Cool. I have a little Harbor Freight rotary tumbler.
Yeah. How we retain a lot of detail is that we use not very aggressive aggregate, and we do really long runs. I think the finishing on some of them is like a 18-hour run.
Wow.
But with something that's not aggressive, so you know, it's not plowing through it, it's just creeping up on that. See how much clearer that is?
Mm-hmm.
And so we're just using that clay tubes brush. You're using that outside edge or inside edge, however, whatever side you're pulling on. To draw those edges on, right? So instead of drawing, we're using the edge of the alpha as the, why is that doing that? Stop that. Kind of adding on and then taking down that center. Right? And you can see with just those changes, that's crisped up dramatically.
Right.
You can see just going over it with clay tubes once changes it pretty dramatically.
I did have a question. So that big round on top is an 8 mil cabochon.
Mm-hmm.
But my edges curl over top of it. And I
Sure.
guess this is sort of a rendering for, when the stone is completed. But what would I do to the model before I print it to make that actually work out?
I would just like take move elastic
And just pull those
and
spots
just kind
back.
of pull this. Whoa. I really need to change this. Hold on, we're going to change this real quick. I'm finally going to change this brush. I've been saying this for like a year. Move elastic, so save as this PC, Windows, program files, Pixologic, 2021, startup, brush presets, move elastic. We're going to remove that one. Enter. It should have said, do you want to replace it? Oh, well, I'll deal with it later. See, this is always what happens. I'm like, I'm going to do it. And then something happens and then I just blow it off. Yeah, I would just creep this back so you can get it in, and then kind of the same here.
Hammer it back down, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Just get it back out of the way so you can get that up and in there. And, in that moving, you can come back in, fill that in a touch.
I'm pretty sure I forgot backface masking right there.
Oh, no, that was my fault. I did that when I moved it. I just pushed it in the center and it filled it up, moved it a little. But that way, you can see you're going to be able to wiggle it in from there.
Mm-hmm.
And run with it. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, no, this is pretty close. Like you said, you hadn't got into the clay tubes yet, but you can see how clay tubes really allows you to define these forms pretty quick. And just that little bit of crispness really saves you a lot. The other thing to think about is if stuff starts getting homogeneous, all of your lines are roughly the same thickness, things like that, it is always viable to come back and use texture. Oops, sorry. Lazy mouse. To separate some of these forms.
Yeah. I had tried that before, but my printer couldn't print it. But I have a new resin now that actually can.
Oh, good. Yeah, the resolution is kind of important on that one, but that can really help you just separate some of these things. You can see just instantly those punch off that surface a little more. So think about separating stuff with texture. I often use hash marks. This is where I do use hash marks more often than not, is within shapes like this. Hash marks can also become a place or something that's going to separate your planes, And when you get out, that creates a nice visual, breaking of stuff. So as these planes shift, I think punching this up somehow or another with a texture is going to give you a good separation from like this wave and this wave.
A lot of those areas, when I'm finished with this, I intend to be hollow, sort of like an old French style band where almost the entire thing is filigree.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
But I didn't know how to do that.
Like
when
those,
I made this.
like the die stamped platinum rings from the turn of the century.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, a way to do that is you can always come back with masking.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let's. No, I want clay tubes. Make my masking hard, shrink it down a little. And I actually want a square alpha on my mask right now because I want it to kind of replicate the shape of your parts. You can always, like if you did want this to be more like filigree, you can come in, mask this, and I'm obviously not being super careful here, but I think you'll get the idea.
What's new?
What, me not being super careful? I know.
Yeah.
On your old stuff, I'm never super careful. On mine, I get really weird. Right? And then you can, hold on, let's get that one. Boop. Extract. Extract. Not double. You want it to be negative point, I don't know what our thicknesses are here. We'll just do 002, enter, extract, accept, and now you have these parts. And you can extract to whatever thickness you want, you know. And often come here, smooth this out a touch. That'll give you that separation. Let's look at our poly groups. They are different poly groups, which is good. This is a nice thing with the new extract. Well, it's been there for a little bit. And now you come in here, hold down Control Shift and tap your surface. And now you only have that back surface showing. You can come back in and quickly kind of fill this up and thicken it to wherever you want it. Smooth again, tap, and now you can see you've added thickness to that. And that is the exact match for the front. And then you can always come back here, tap this front surface so it's separated some, right? Show this, and then project all. Boop. Oh, of course. When I dragged it out, I dragged the side, so you got some splay here because the projection distance was pretty large. Let's undo that. See this fatness there. So I would come in, do this, only do 1/2, because if you do 2/2, the projection will yank it through. Transparency, so you can see your model. Let's turn that off and use your projection brush, and you can come in. If there was detail on stuff you want it here, come in and right. And so now you can drag this up and project this back to the stroke pattern you had before. But you see no, it's not being horrible actually. Sometimes you get this major suck through. It might be because there is no back here, so that might be working with the faces just barely shown. And so I'm holding down Alt so it draws it up into And then we want that to push back, so don't hold down Alt, and it pushes it down. So that's an easy way to get filigree. Oh, there you go. See, that's why you don't want to do it with symmetry, because it sucks through.
Yeah.
So I would,
On the other side.
yeah, I would do 1/2 and then just mirror it if I was doing something like this. But, and then show part, boom. Right, you have your thickness, it's matching to the front. Right, and you can come back in and kind of get that. Yep, see, even there. Projection, unless it's straight on, it really doesn't like symmetry, because you rotate this and it's pulling this side to this side. So do 1/4. Like if this was really complicated, do 1/4, mirror and weld, and then mirror and weld in the other direction, and you'll get a nice symmetrical thing. So that's the easy way to do filigree stuff, is go ahead and sculpt it solid, and then just make sure you raise, or like, let's say this was, you know, you knew this was going to be all completely filigree, right? So here, let's just throw a connector on here. Just so those would float, you know. And then come back in, clay buildup maybe, because it's going to be a little more aggressive. Turn it down some. Oops. Nice thing about clay buildup is that if you just keep rubbing it, it keeps going back. For things like, this is really what I use clay buildup for, is to move material dramatically. And you can kick those surfaces back and down, knowing that that's going to be filigree, and you can sort of determine the thickness you want here. And then when you extract it, that gives you a much cleaner area to right. Right. And then when you extract that, you can do it. I did these very ornate lampshades, and I just sculpted them solid, kicked them up, and then I just booleaned out the back. Boom, they were filigree. But no, I mean, it looks good. It's fun. Like I said, just crisp it up, knock that stuff back. And if you're trying to do filigree, I would do it like this, where, you know, if this stuff is supposed to be drop back, kick it back, kick it back, kick it back, kick it back, back. And in here, you know, is that filigree. And then do an extraction. If you started out with a base form before, here, let's duplicate this real quick. There's another process. Let's lower this a little. No, you don't have lower resolution. Let's boom. Remesh by Dynamesh. Turn symmetry up. Oh. And we're just going to make this. That's fine. Oh man, sorry, I haven't been looking at the chat over there. Holy Hannah. Hey everyone, sorry I haven't been ignoring you. Of course, always happy to do. Just sent a file of my torso. Oh no, the only thing I would say is just make sure there's ZTLs, because 5 or 6 people sent ZPRs, and it just takes me a little time to convert them. And then when I'm doing that, I often like just lose things. And so it's better for everyone if everyone just makes ZTLs. All right, let's hide this. Thank you. Let's turn symmetry back on. Let's smooth this out. So if you had started with your base shape before you really got in and started sculpting, if you know that you're going to do something filigree, kind of get your base shape sorted out where it's not high, you know, you're thinking about the thickness of your part at the time. So come in. And on this, like I said, I'd probably kick my clay tubes up a little more because I want to move material. You know, I want it to get it up off the surface. And then start and sculpt up and out. And then that way, you're using this as your cutter. You can come in here and here. Let me just push some of this back. Oops. Don't want to do that. You can come in and decide how far we want that there, right? Decide your thickness. Come in and just, you can see as soon as that hits or becomes light blue, that's penetrating that surface, right? So come in, get these where you want them. Do you want this up here? Just kind of get it up here. Clay buildup, I took that back a little, sorry. And you can see by keeping it light or dark, you're determining the depths of these. And then you can just, new folder, drag that in there, that's start, that's negative, Boolean folder. Oh, transparency, it won't Boolean. On the rest of this is going to be weird, but here, hold on, let's kick that back, bring that up. Right. Let's all right. Just tune it up to how you like it. Boolean folder. All right, let's see. Yeah, Raphael, we'll look at it. ZTLs. Wonderful. Hey, Rupert. Well, I'll definitely be here 2 hours, so don't worry about that. Sent ZBrush sculpt over. No problem. I'm not known to be nice. No, that's not. Yes, I do remember. This is the 24. This is my travel machine, so this is the 24. And then you can see here, right, that becomes filigree. So that's another way of doing it. You just have to be a little bit more disciplined in your process, because if you're going to do it this way and you know you're doing this, start out with the shapes you want and then just raise off of that. And it's an easy way to make filigree parts as well.
Yeah, very cool.
Yep. Right on, right on. Have any questions? Are you all good?
I think I'm good.
All right.
Cheers.
Right on. So for those of you, once again, if you want to join the Discord chat so you can talk during your critiques or whatever, that's the Discord link. And then Honestly, Fluffy, if you're pretty good at hard surface modeling, I think that you'll probably pick up the Z modeler pretty quick. It's not hard. I mean, here, let me. I'm sure there are some differences. The only other program I really ever used, well, I did Matrix, which is Rhino, but I built my base parts years ago in Modo, and Z modeler is very similar to the Modo interface and how to create parts. So I think if you're familiar with like box modeling or whatever, you're going to be fine. What am I trying to do? We're going to go here. Oh yeah, here we go. Raphael, can you turn that into a ZTL? That's the only other thing I think could be an issue. Let's open that. Whoa. Boom. Download. Somebody's got something going on out there. Download. Yeah. If you don't mind trying to get that as a ZTL, that'll be super helpful. Oop, I just wiped it. Okay, so, oops, wait to respond. Do we have people in the Discord thing? Yeah, we got somebody in there. All right, who do we have next? We have Nadia next. One of my favorites. Okay. The stylization is fun. Because your text is clean, you want to make sure that just little things like this is where people, where models get muddy and you lose detail. We're going to use SK Twist, come in and SK Twist around these edges, and that's going to pull that up and off a little. The other thing to think about here is using planar. Come in and cut that edge off so you have a good separation in these parts, right? And you can come back and smooth some of that out. But what's that? Okay, people are uploading. That's what that is. Okay. I would say I would probably divide this again so you can actually work on it a little better, because these small details are going to nerd out at that 4 mil. So SK Twist. Make sure the things that are going under go under, and the things that are coming on top are on top. And separate this stuff. Here. And actually, technically, that's probably behind that finger. And you see how that doesn't mush out on the edges. I think that because you've sort of established this as a pretty flat background, don't be afraid to use planar and come in and make sure that these things are on the plane, you know, because you sculpt it back in that dog, right? But you can come back in and recreate that plane. I might have touched a plane that wasn't level, but make sure that you are not mangling your thing here. Which, lower res. And my next question is this stone? Is this fabric? I'm not sure what's happening here. I think that, and maybe it is meant to be homogenized into one form, but I think you could probably separate these somehow. I'm not quite sure what's going on, so ignore me if I am wrong on this. I'm just going to say that this is rock and this is the garment, maybe, I'm not sure. But use texture to separate your parts some. Whatever that break is. You know, get a texture differential there. Yeah, here again, I think you could use a little bit of level separation. Oops. Because you get your braid kind of muddied here, where a good twist could help. Ooh, is that in the right direction? Mm-hmm. Right, get the things that are going behind, things behind them, things that are in front. And if you keep that, you'll, right, this stuff will become a little bit clearer what's happening. You see what I mean? That is obviously going over, that's obviously coming under. All right, hold on. That's true. Failing is the best way of learning. Hey, Saeed. No. It's anything. I mean, we have monsters and yeah, just I'm going to talk about sculpting, and I'm going to discuss the issues with going to printing, because going to game models and stuff, I don't know much about that. I mean, my stuff comes out. So we'll discuss the issues with the model as far as printing goes, or manufacturing, you know. Boom. But I would argue that everything I teach you here is going to make a better model, whether it's going to a game or not, because whether you're sculpting in real light or fake light, you got to remember you're really sculpting in light. The reflectivity is really what sculpting's about. So whether it's fake geometry or real geometry, it's the same issue, at least I think. No, I don't. It doesn't matter. Actually, we have torso studies in here. Look, I mean, we have these snakes, we have statues, we have little monster thingies, we have little groover guys. There's an anatomy piece in here somewhere. Where'd it go? Well, no, that's weird. I know I uploaded it. Load tool, Dropbox, file requests. Let's upload that. tool. There's that. Now load tool. Is this the one? Yeah, I thought we. Yeah, see, here's the other torso. So, upload whatever you want. All right, now let's get back into this. Frame. No, I like it. I actually like the idea of having this stuff textured and the background being plain. I really think you're going to clarify a lot of this if you're using twist to lift these edges up, because it gives it that just that lip of light, that because you're getting a little muddy on your edges, and that'll come back and haunt you. And like in here, make this smaller. I'm just going to go through the one side and compare the two sides. See how much brighter that edge is going to be than this edge. So go in and definitely get your layers separated. Yep, nope, as long as it's a ZTO, it doesn't matter. Bow. All right. So Mikey's here. Let's. All right. Do me a favor. Let's get these just on the list real quick. This is. This isn't anyone's name. Okay, we'll just hit it. These are Shingo's. We have 2 pieces by Shingo. So put him on the list. Or are we just doing people who are here? Ah, for God's sakes, I don't know. You figure it out. You're good at this one. Okay, Raphael is next. Raphael. Okay. Oh, you're looking good, actually. The only thing we have going on here that's a little odd, you got to remember that your lat, you have, actually, you got, there's a really good armpit here. You can see this is the lat. What is that little bugger? I can't remember what it's called. So the arm is actually sitting back up on top of this, right? And this is actually a big gap. There's not really muscle there. So here, if we look here, this is coming up and under. So this actually is coming under here, right? You just, what's up with this? Why is my brush being so weird? Don't know. So you were looking at your anatomical reference from one direction, because if you look here, you know, from the front, this looks good. This muscle is coming. That is so bizarre. I do not know why. You know, yeah. What is up with that? That's bizarre. Something about your geometry is right. This comes here, this comes up in there, that's coming down like that, right? You got to remember there are these overlaps. But what you need to do is also find a reference that gives you a 3/4, because this is really flat and this is real flat, right? Because you got to remember, right, your rib cage is kind of doing like this, your abs. Right, so there's a hollow here. Is kind of what happens in the torso, right? So these are close, but this got really flat. You kind of lost your way in here a little. Let's see what we have here. 0.4. Move. No. What did I just hit? I just hit something. I don't know what I hit. Right, because your rib cage is pushing all these muscles out. And I think your lower back, something's going on here. Right, because your profile wants to be a little bit more like, and I know I'm kind of mangling your anatomy, but that stuff's going to kind of do that. Your lat that's got flat. These are going in. Does that make sense? You want to think about it a little bit more three-dimensionally. So now you have a wee bit more of your rib cage, your pelvis, and then you're connecting. Does that make sense? Right? Does that make any sense at all? So just make sure that when you're doing it, you really want to think about, because see, really this hip, this stuff is actually coming up, and why is that on everything, or is that just on his? Yeah, that's just on your model, and your model's low res. What is up with that? I do not know. Very bizarro. For some reason, my sculpting isn't working on your model here. Something's up with this geometry. Have you ever heard of Bridgman Anatomy? He has a book called Constructive Anatomy that breaks these planes down really nicely. It's something to look at. There's also the dude who, God, I can never remember his name. Sorry. It's Anatomy for Sculptors. He does really interesting, yeah, this is him. Right, he does sort of what Bridgman does. It gives you the block up, right? And then he's showing you how the planes work, what the muscles are actually doing. See, there's a lot more tension in these intersections here than what you've got. The other thing he does is he actually draws on physical bodies, right? He's showing you the breakdown on the body, and he's showing you what the muscles do. I think that his stuff is really nice because he gives you really good anatomy. He shows you what's happening over and under, and he also gives you this kind of rough block out stuff so you can see how those base planes are working. Because I think understanding this stuff right here is so important, right? Hold on, and you can see how this muscle's nodding because it's contracting. There's also, hold on, let me look here. And this is actually, I love these programs. What is it called? Visible Body. And the Visible Body, I know that it has a desktop app as well. And these are really good apps. Hold on, let's go Human Anatomy Atlas. Let's just go Muscle Premier. Boom. And it's cool because it gives you little animations of what your contraction, it's showing you which muscles work what. It's not the best anatomical reference for what it looks flexed, but it's showing you what muscles are doing what. And so this is a very good way of being able to, and you tap on the muscles and you can get them to go away. And you can see how the insertions and origins of the tendons and such, you see the structure of it. It's really nice. I have it on my phone. And so anytime I'm like, what's going on there? I just pop it open. But you can see they have a desktop, yeah, you know what the hell I'm talking about. I don't. And it's nice because you get, you get it's really just a really wonderful system. I really like it. Actually, the guy who did, or woman, I can't remember. It was on ZBrush Central a long time ago. Did a lot of the stuff in ZBrush. Very, very, very good stuff. And actually, it goes through testing. So, like, it'll test you on anatomy. So if you want to learn anatomy, it's a really powerful anatomy learning tool. But super good. So I think those two things would help you a lot. Because some of this is coming around, this, what's actually happening, I guess, is what I'm saying here. These this is actually coming behind this. These muscles are the ones that create these dimples back here. This is like a big flat sheet of muscle here. They're inserting down under the glutes, and that's where you're getting those dents. So I think that you need to look at a little bit more three-dimensional reference. But I mean, your two-dimensional reference is looking good, right? You're getting the ideas of what's happening. I just think you need to look at it a little bit more dimensionally, and you'll get it a little bit better in better positioning. Yeah, well, I mean, he can use whatever he wants. Of course, you can use a chart pick. Here, I think this all is kind of out here and comes in. This comes in. Right? These actually come back some. Righto. Sorry, my brush isn't working on your model. I don't know what's up with that. Cool. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. No, Jade, of course you can upload stuff. I'm here for a long time. All right. Now, who's next, did you say? Trying to find that list. Yeah, his books are really good because you have to be able to understand this stuff as basic forms, right? And I really find that understanding the planes, how they are interacting, is going to make you a much better sculptor. And that's why when you see, like when I'm working, I'm always thinking of things in planes first. Like, you know, I'm not going to worry about this undercut at the beginning. I'm going to, oh, really? You know, I'm going to kind of do this and make a flat. And then, you know, sorry, I don't know what's up with your model. That's weird. Okay, Raphael, we just did. V. Angelus. Right, this is Raphael. Yes. V. Angelus. Oh, that's Byron. Bruno. Christian. Marcus. Mikal. I don't see a name on this one. Dimitri. Josh. There's a Shingos. I'm not seeing. Did he just load it? Load tool. Byron, we just got you in, so we're gonna move you, right? Didn't I just, am I like completely crazy here? I just uploaded that, didn't I? Oh my God, this is gonna make me crazy. What's going on? Are we quick saving? V. Angelus, what piece do you have? A bulldog gladiator? Absolutely bizarre. I'm not. Where did you upload it? I'm not. No. 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 Actually, I'm not seeing your file.
It's in the viewed folder, Tomas.
Is it?
So I am told.
Oh, here? Oh. Yep, there it is, 9.7. Look at you go. Well, I don't know how you got in there. Sorry. Okay. There we go. All right. First of all, let's get rid of color and actually look at our sculpt. Oh, that's nice. All right, let's look at our body. Yeah, I think that some of this detail got soft right? And I think that some of that just comes down to making sure that these layers stay a little bit crisp. And right, because when you went back and smoothed it, I'm assuming. Oh, I kicked it. I'm like, why is that? Oh, clay buildup? Okay, never mind. Let me use the right brush. I'm like, why is this doing this? Yeah, it's going to be that kind. All right, let's get this actually down to where, I don't know what was up with the geometry on that last model, but it wasn't letting me, my new keyboard's coming on Thursday, I've been told, so I'm looking forward to that. This little keyboard has been my bane for a while. See, like even here, you got this furrowed brow. Now I'm using clay tubes, and it allows me to get, so instead of, I don't know if you have seen much of my stuff, so instead of coming in and drawing lines and things, I want people to kind of start thinking about sculpting that stuff in as opposed to drawing it. So instead of coming in here and just cutting these edges in, which you haven't done, which I'm here for you. And just get a little bit more sort of crisp. You can tighten this up some. Now, once again, I don't know if you see me work, but I'm always putting a lot of surface texture in so I can find these moments of crispness. So smoothing is the last thing I do. I want to get, because a lot of times when you're doing this, right, I'm laying in materials, and I'll find places where I'm like, oh, well, I want that to do that, want that to do that, we'll cut that back and in, right? But I think that, make it more of a cheek, I think. Some of this just got flat and soft, right? Because this was a pretty deep groove. But instead of it, right, you just want to get these intersecting planes where there's a little bit more interaction into them, where they're actually going over and under one another. And I think that's really, especially since your other stuff, like your garmenting and stuff, has pretty sharp details. I think that this stuff just got soft. Right. And the other thing is, a lot of how you're putting detail in, like in this stuff, I'm just going to draw on this chest here for a second so you can see. Like when you're coming in here, and I mean, these may be cuts, they may be intentionally deep, I'm not commenting about that necessarily, but you're winding up with silhouettes that are kind of doing this, and it works and reads quite a bit better if your silhouettes are doing things like this, right? So instead of, because it really breaks up the surfaces and you're like, well, what's going on there, right? So let's actually kind of jump back here real quick. Because there's bone here, you know what I mean? So where you've lost some of this is that, you know, this is a cheekbone, but you have the silhouette that's doing this, right? And kind of in the same way that we were just talking about, think of these things as planes that are intersecting. You know, technically you've cut into the bone here, right? that's coming back. You have these jaw muscles, but and instead of cutting these things as these big half rounds, if you come in and think of them more as layers intersecting, right, like that's coming in. And then here, you know, if you're building up off that substructure, if you're building up off the substructure, you don't lose that, right? You know, you got to figure on the face, there's not a ton of meat. You know, you have like those muscle structures, but they're kind of going over and under one another. Right, you know, these are snout muscles, but that's coming on top of this one. So there's a little bit of separation. You can get those lines in there if you want, but think of them not as V's, but as planes crossing one another, right? This is going under this, you know, this sort of is your eye socket. And instead of these being these huge V's, they become intersecting planes, and you're going to get a better reflection profile off of planes that are intersecting as opposed to half rounds. Does that make sense? Oops. And see, now that at least is looking like that bone is there, not that you've cut into the bone. I think that's where you're getting soft in there, right? That's an optical illusion there with that highlight. muscle group, clavicle. So instead of everything just being soft and half round, get a little bit of reflective stepping edges in here, and you can really punch this up and have a little bit of tension. I think the other thing that you're getting is sort of soft in the sense of like, where's the tension point here, right? Because everything, you know, these are origins and insertions, right? So they're starting somewhere, and there's a muscle tension and weight in that muscle, right? And that it inserts. And a lot of your stuff is kind of just being like these nice soft round humps. And, you know, a lot of it's in the right places. You just, I'm not seeing that tension, right? See, this is the same thickness sort of all the way down, where if you're actually looking at the muscle, you have an insertion point. It's going to get thinner, thicker, and then usually it's going to get thinner again. So think about these almost as like clown balloons with water in them. So if you're going like this, you're going to get these bulges of the fluid moving through, right? And, you know, some of these actually are big sheets of muscle back here, you know. But I think that's, yeah, this side's a little better actually. But even here, if that were a plane shift as opposed to a, see this right here, that like if you're going down and it kind of does this and then comes out, you know, really these are going to be intersecting planes. I don't know, does that make sense? And well, you can punch these, and this is where SK twist, I use it quite a bit, is if we're trying to really get these things to punch, I'm going to punch them like this, where it's one layer. It's not a half round, it's a step. Yeah, no, well, I mean, you can bring a model in directly from, I mean, as long as it comes out as an STL or an OBJ, then of course, yeah, you can sculpt on it. Sorry, these quick saves are long because I have all these models open. We're going to change our quick save to a little longer than this. And this goes back to, you know, this anatomy stuff. Hold on. Where's that other sort of planes? See this here? This is the stage that I think even here. See how this is a flat plane coming, it's coming under, right? And those sharp transitional planes really, your brain is used to seeing them. And when that's missing and it's just half rounds, your brain's like, what's wrong with that? Here. Right, you can see, thinking of this stuff as planes first. And you can see what happens is you get these really nice sharp shade changes. And this happens in the model as well, not just here. You get really crisp, nice transitions. Excuse me. And it's really helpful if you want to make it much more dramatic, like if you really were trying for something that is more dramatic than that, I would still come in and think of these as plane changes and steps, not half rounds. Right? Because very rarely are you going to find something that is a half round. See, instead of these being V's, they're really planes coming under another plane. Right? And then you can come back in and soften that, but this keeps you from running into the bone, running into, odd moments. Like, this doesn't get thinner, right? This has to have some tension in there, and it gets thin to thick. This is actually coming back quite deep up in here. This doesn't bend. The meat folds over the insertion, right? So I would just say, it looks beautiful. It's great. I just think that you were trying to get deeper detail, and instead of thinking what that detail is actually doing, you just went and cut in lines. Because you obviously, you have a good grasp. See here, this is a nice. You didn't do a right. These are nice transitions you have here, right? Does that make sense? And obviously I'm not. But you can see where, like here even, instead of thinking of these as lumps, this is coming under that, this is coming over that. And I think that's going to help you get sort of that detail in there. And you can smooth this all back out, but you're still going to have, the planes are going to be oh yeah, no, you can. I just find that so here, let's just talk about I'm gonna just hop back here to a flat part. We're going to talk about surface continuity for a second, right? So a lot of people's initial reaction is, I need detail. So they take one of the drawing brushes, be it Dam Standard or whatever, and they come in and they cut details. Okay, well, this is fine. It's whatever it is. But this isn't how things work, right? Because what you've done is you've broken surface continuity. And what I mean by that is that, these muscles are literally coming up under this. And then you probably have a little muscle group here, and then this is going here. Now, I'm being melodramatic a little here, but so if I do this, and then you soften it, you have things that are going over and under. These intersections are going to look as if things are going over and under. Our brain is looking for these kind of transitions in everything. Well, okay, like grading and things like that, obviously. But so instead of coming in and cutting your detail in, sculpt it in, and I use clay tubes because it has a nice sharp edge, and I can define those lines as sharp as you would with, you know, a standard tool or a dam standard or whatever, except I'm not losing surface continuity, right? You can tell that this is going behind that and that's going behind that, and this transitions, and now that's on top of that, but it's going behind that, right? So by actually having the things that are going over and under actually go over and under, as opposed to just coming in and drawing your detail, because let's just look at this for a second, right? The shadow's saying that's behind that. Now, if I take it and just draw this stuff in, you lose this intersection, right? And so from out here, it's trickier. Which one's going under what? You lose those shadows that are telling us the story of what's going on there. Make sense? I think that's the issue. I think you just got soft, right? Because, I mean, the stuff's in the right place. And let's turn your guys on here real quick. You know, all of this is so nice and crisp and sharp, right? You did a really good job of these interesting details that are so sharp. And then when you get to the dog's body, it becomes super soft. So I think that's the issue. But it looks great. I mean, you know, it's not, there's nothing wrong with it. I just think that getting it more, you know, one, where there's tension in your muscles, right? And then two, where you're not breaking the continuity of the bone and stuff, but thinking about how the skin is moving and the muscle is moving over the bones. I think that'll help you get that detail that you're looking for in the no, of course. I mean, obviously you're not going to come in here and do all these muscles if it's not there, or if it's covered, so of course. But I think, you know, because just look at how nice, sharp, and crisp all this is, and then this sort of just looks like inflated balloons as opposed to having that surface tension and skin. So I think that's going to help you if you think about them in layers and get some of this detail in. The other thing is, I would probably give a texture on it, because you have such lovely textures all over everything. Having the body be the thing that's slick doesn't, it makes it look different, or, you know. All right. Do you have any questions, or is this that? How can I get wrinkle maps? I don't know what that is. See, that's a remove the color and let's look at what's going on. That's why I'll always turn off paint and actually look at the model. Trying to paint your way out of it, I see. Right on. He looks great, though. Okay, so I saw it. Who was next? Felipe. All right, let's see if we can find Felipe quicker than I... Tell me if you see your model. Sorry. Okay, that's Josh. These are Shingo. Felipe. Felipe. Did you just load something up? Am I missing you, Christian? Bishal, Marcus, Mikal. That was you. That's Vasily, Raphael, Byron. Come on. Yeah, Byron. Who's this? This is Christian. Juan. Felipe, can you tell me what your model is? Because once again, I'm not seeing. Did they just load it up? Okay, see. Hello. Okay, Mikey's will you get a hold of him and figure out what that is, and I'll go to, is Shingo after Felipe? Felipe Shingo, yeah. Yeah. See if you can figure out what model is his, and I will hop to Shingo, because I know where Shingo is. Well, let's do one quick search. Sorry. Go tool. Yeah, I don't even see him here. Did I miss the upload? All right, Shingo. Damn it. Boop. Okay, that's good humor. I like your beetle mandrels, that's good. But very similar to what we were just discussing with him, I think that some of your, like this stuff, is getting really kind of half round, and you sort of got it there. Ooh, that's the wrong brush, ain't it? You're getting closer. I think when you smooth, you smooth out some of your layering. Right. Because it's all there. I think you just kind of smooth a little much of your definition out. Because when you have, you know, a nude like this, the body is really what you're looking at. So don't get rid of it too much. This is nice. But once again here, even I think you got a little chordy here. So that's going over. Right. Muscles don't ever really get half round. They always have weight. And this, once again, remember that you're not really going to take a turn. These are going to be this stuff. Whenever you take these and do this kind of weird little bend in there, what you're doing is you're making these look soft. And they really don't do that, right? You really kind of want to think of it as, you know, that tension. So you never lose that tension. They don't just get soft and then take corners, right? Does that make sense? You're getting there. I mean, this stuff's close. I just think it's just a little pillowy, you know? Because you're so close. Raphael, I mean, do what you feel comfortable doing. You know, I would just do a lot of them. As a beginner, don't get precious with anything. Get it done. When you get stuck on something, kind of move on, come back to it, move on, come back to it. Just the problem with beginners is that they'll sit and they will try to get it perfect, and that's not going to do you any good. I mean, if it takes you 3 years to do 2 world-class models, right? Well, think about doing in, you know, 3 months 13 okay models. One of them might be great, right? It's much more about getting it in there, getting things going, keep moving, keep looking at forms, keep looking at shapes. It's just at the beginning it's really quantity. It's just keep going. Don't get beat down, don't get intimidated, don't freeze up. Because there's really, I mean, there's no, I know this is going to be a controversial statement, but there's no real writer's block or artist block. You just, you know, just get used to making crappy stuff. We all make stuff that sucks. And you keep making, you know, that's the key. Don't ever stop. And just, you know, be fine with making stuff that sucks for a while. I mean, I make stuff that sucks all the time. I mean, all the time. Right, so you're taking that turn again, just from the front it looks as if that's curving, but then it's getting thin again. You know, once again, remember that these things are thin, fat, right? They're not tubes. But no, he looks great. He's a lot of fun. The pose is a wee bit stiff. Like his center of gravity is a little odd, right? If he's here, you know, this is probably maybe even a little more, because that is that sticks him off. He's a little rigid. I think he's like, see, you know, this leg is coming back, but they're both here. So I think I'd probably I think that might even still be too little, because this weight should be coming back. And maybe twist the torso a bit. Right, get him moving. I think at the moment he's a little stiff. You can see just by cocking that over some, there's a little bit more dynamics in that pose. Okay, that's silly, but you know what I mean. Get some motion into him, because he's not just going like this. You know, you're getting rotation and pinching, right? So, yeah. Give me a little bit more dynamics. He's looking good though. And then this is your second guy. Turn off our materials. Alrighty. So once again, things are just a touch soft. Remember, these become reflective planes, right? So even if you don't want a ridge, just make sure that you're getting some good reflectivity. This stuff. And once again, if you're coming into print, if you actually want to produce this stuff, you gotta get this stuff crisper, because once you go through finishing, this stuff is just gonna polish right off. And so don't be afraid to get this stuff a little sharper. And that also lets you play with some of these transitions and turn these into reflective surfaces as well. Hold on, preferences, quick save. Let's kick that to 60 minutes. All right. And let's just compare sides real quick. Right. You can just see it's crisper, it's going to show up better, and you're going to have something there for it to, like if you're going to polish it off, it'll be there. These things, this is another one of my things. See, a lot of people do this because they're using a standard brush when they're putting these things in. So what you have is a surface, and then it's just a hump, right? And the thing about humps is that they reflect evenly. So all you're getting is this little highlight on the top of the half round, right? So to make a more compelling model or a more compelling form, if you come in and think of these things, you know, as dimensional planes, you notice I've gone off center there, and I did that for a reason. And just like we've been talking about the muscles and things like that, if you have planes that are crossing over and under one another, your light will travel on the surface much more interestingly. And it'll give the eyes something to follow. And it gives you these really nice transitions. And now let's turn your materials back on. Let's get something that's not quite that. There we go. Isn't quite that mirror finish. But you can see that instead of it just being a half round, you have these nice light transition. Because see here, you're just getting this little highlight right there, right? Where if you come in and let's see, scoop that, make that a hump. Just by giving weight to those edges, we've made that a more dynamic form. And especially if you're using metallics, you want highlights and shadows. You don't want just a smooth surface where you're going to lose your detail. If you have metallics, use them. Right. You know, get these surfaces where they have some reflective transitions. The light will travel with it, and it gives the light something to do, right? Instead of that being flat, you're getting these neat, like transitional forms. And I think that will punch your model up dramatically and give it some motion and give it some surface texture and excitement. Right? Because, you know, this is a nice smooth surface, but as a reflective surface, just give it some transitions. I mean, you can smooth it out, you know, it's not, you don't need your hash marks in there necessarily. And now that, see, that's not just a flat plane, you have some visual interest. Same in this stuff. Right, give it, what's going on? Oh, I have to turn that subtool on as well. And especially with insects, insects are just wonderful. And insects have some amazing texture. So unless there's a reason to make it smooth, the micro texture of insects is just super exciting. It's just wonderful. And once again, it gives something for your eye to do. Brightness. These little nodules and nervies on them. And like I said, especially if you're dealing with reflective surfaces, it just gives it a much more interesting form. And instead of just drawing a half line, you know, get it in there. And you got to remember, this stuff isn't soft. This is hard surfaces, really. Right? Like these things aren't muscles. This is shell. Creighton? And then inside these intersections are where you get the soft stuff. I'm a bug freak, so I like bugs. You can say whatever you like. Righto? Does that make sense? Did I miss anybody? Okay. Who was next, Mikey's? Byron. Dun dun dun. So we were talking about muscle tension. Like, this is some very good muscle tension, right? You can see that this tendon is crossing from here, right? It's inserting here. And the origin is going up and back, right? Up under the glutes, actually. So you can see that these aren't sharp lines, but these planes work really well. You're getting that shadow because that's actually passing under that. So that's nice. Let's start here. I think, do we have a headdress on or something? Okay, never mind. There's a headdress, so it's not a big deal. I was gonna say, I think you're, because you widen the eyes, the head's sort of a little half roundy, but it's back up and in there, so it doesn't matter. Excuse me. I think. Come on. When you transitioned into the hand here, I know it got bigger, but I don't think it needed to get lumpier. Come on. Really, man? Come on. My brush obviously needs to be calibrated, or my Cintiq. So you just came in, you had really nice layer transitions here, and then you just came in and drew detail here. So this is what I mean by drawing on detail. You lose all of your surface continuity. It really doesn't make much sense. So we're going to come in. And instead of it being just these cuts, you know, think about what's happening and apply that in. You got a little meat here because we got a transition there. And that one tendon had such nice tension where here, right, you got to think that these are here, and why these are showing is because that tendon, right, is tense. I don't know. So they don't S-curve, you know, these are pretty straight objects, even if it's bent. And if it's bent, then you might not be getting the, hold on, what is that? Do I have mask glass on? How did that change? There we go. So once again, sort of thinking in that planes. And I'm just going to do this really quick. let me do this because that's going to make me nuts. There we go. What I just hit. Right. And you're thick up here where the meat's actually here. Right, the finger doesn't swoop, the muscle does. So if you have this drooping here because the muscle's kind of flexing, this is flexing too, right? You're not getting a droop here and a droop here, right? As that flexes, it's just like a bicep, right? It's not a sucking in. So right, that's going to come up a little more. That's the transitional plane there. So when you're blocking this up, if you're thinking about this in planes, right? You're deciding what's going behind what. Right? V behind this. So that's on top. That's cutting there. That's cutting there. See, because this is actually coming in here. And so now, those tension points are, you can see where they're coming from now, right? And so, because these are all coming from one little spot in here. And see, now there's tension there. It's not just a half curve, right? It's not, these are coming up. And then it looks like, you know, your tendons are actually coming in and out, and they have, you know, you're getting that's got sucked back a little. But there's tension in those tendons, I guess, is where we were going with that. This stuff. That's supposed to be move. No. How'd I get that to change? See what happens. That's supposed to be move, damn it. If you're not careful, you can get your brushes all screwed up. It's very annoying. But if you think of them in planes first, it's going to help you keep it from getting kind of tubey and lumpy. It's a little wonky, but I think you get the idea. Let's go back to everybody. And I think your wing, see, so you did it here. And once again, this is something that lots of people do, so it's not an issue. It's just, but you can see that you came through with, you know, something and said, okay, this is going to be an edge. And see, this no longer connects to this. This is this separated thing. So this membrane no longer looks like a membrane. As far as hollowing in solids, it completely depends on if you're dealing with weight, what it is. That's a real dependency thing. See, this side is actually a little closer. Let's turn symmetry off real quick. All right, can we lower the res here? It's still acting weird. So these are usually curved because there's tension in them. So we're going to take move elastic, kind of give us some membrane tension here. Wow, thank you, sir.
No problem.
Having fun yet?
Yeah, I'm having a good time. Jonathan offered to come hang out with us, and I was like, I don't think you're allowed in here. But
Well, I mean, if he wants to, I don't care. There's no one here. I mean,
I just didn't know. So
yeah, no. If he wants to, tell him he can. That's fine. All right, let's get this down. High res. High res. What's funny, the anatomy of humans and the anatomy of anything with muscles, right? Lizards and, birds, and you can figure out what's going on. It may not be right, but you can get an idea. Because once you understand how, this joint works, well, you figure out it's actually really similar for a bird or really similar for a lizard or a dog, So as long as insects are a little different. Actually, insects are until you start getting into weird membranes and stuff. Insects are pretty mechanical, actually. The other thing, if you're leaving brush strokes and wings and things, make sure that the directionality makes sense. All right, so build up. No, I do not want the square on. Once again, instead of drawing that line down and out, I'm going to use this SK twist and give us an edge, which then can become a little bit more membrane-y. Did both those backwards. Come on. Missed. There we go. And I missed that a little, but and now this smaller. And so instead of just having these big ridges, have it where the membrane is actually coming up to that muscle. And now let's look at these two comparatively speaking. Right, we have these edges, we have the membrane stretching to it. This is flat and lumpy, so you don't have, and now if you wanted these to feel folded up, you know, you just put a ridge in, and you know, you can have a fold in the membrane. Where is it? Here. And let's go around. Where's my SK cloth? And now that would be right, you know, you can get folds in it there if you want, but does that make sense there? Well, that's a crappy place for the fold to be, but you know what I'm saying. All right, who is this again? I'm sorry. Byron. Is Byron there? Did we lose Byron? Oh, there you are. Okay, so does that make sense at all? Cool. So just think about what's happening, you know, where your surfaces are. You don't want to, by drawing lines in between things, you actually lose detail than you do by thinking about how these surfaces are connecting and the such. That's what I was looking at. It's been an hour. All right. Of course. All right, pug ring. I know where pug ring is. Okay, while this is saving, let me just tell Brandon one thing. I'll be right back. Oh, look at that. Back brace, broken fat guy. Whatever. Yeah. Oh, I'm dying over here. Look, it's still saving. This is a huge file. Well, it just so happens. So we're going to try to launch our site on, I don't know anyone who's really doing cutters per se, or putting out sets of cutters. That's one of the things we plan to do. We are going to try to launch on the 1st, or I think the 30th. we're hopefully going to launch the site. And one of the things that's going to be part of the site is we're going to have a library, or we're going to have a bunch of libraries out there for mechanical stuff, for organic stuff, and it might take a little bit of time to get done, but I don't know many people who are making libraries of cutters other than me. I mean, I could be wrong, but I haven't seen it, you know. So, give me I'm working on it, man. Oh my God. It's horrible. It's really uncomfortable. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, to be deadly honest, I don't know many people who use the Boolean really how I do that way. So I haven't really seen anyone putting them out there. But that's something that we are organizing. Right now, I'm just racing to get videos done. So we kind of want to go with whatever they're doing with the summit. I want to give away a couple memberships, and then, but I think we'll be incorporated by some of the business stuff. So we might just, we'll see. I'll keep you informed. We have a couple Mondays left. Yeah, I mean, I don't see many people using it that way. During the beta for it, you know, that was what, 3.5, 4 years ago, something like that. That was something I was really excited about, the Booleaning, and so yeah, that was just the way I started thinking about it. So, because I'd rather have it where we can, you know, where you can have a mechanical function that works, right? I mean, I think, where is it? Yeah, that cutter there. And now I know that always works. It'll cut, it'll happen every time. I can design around it and it'll be great. So yeah, working on it. Sorry. All right, so let's get back to where we were here. So I think those are the things you just need to worry about a little, or not worry about, but work on a little, is on some of the stuff, break it down into tension, or break it down into planes. Make sure that you have your surface, because some of this surface tension back here is wonderful. Just get it in there and really wrap your head around it. And then like here, don't do this, don't draw around this. You know, because it separates your wing and there is no continuity. It's not attached to it. It's, you know, you really want it to feel like, you know, it's coming off of that surface. Right? So be careful about cutting your lips in, because you have some really nice subtle stuff going on here. You're just, you know, you're getting excited, you're doing something with it, and you're losing it. But all in all, it looks good. Do you have any questions? I would also say look at reference, bat wings, because, you know, these are bones and they have muscles. You know, these are little arms. They're not, you know, so think of them as that. Oh, how to do hair? All right, let's go to here. Sorry, Byron. I see, this is your hair, right? Come on. Where are you? Hair and eyes. Let's go to hair. And hide everyone else. All right. Well, first of all, get some geometry in here. And so, this is going to be a big shocker. I know you're not going to believe this, but I'm going to start with clay tubes. And I'm just going to try to determine the rhythm of the plaits, right? And so since we're doing this, we're going to use slightly bigger, like what's going in front, what's coming behind. You have these coming here. So, you know, you sort of have this kind of rhythm where it's parted in the center. And then these little bangy things kind of become these groovers. But I'm going to set up my rhythm with my clay tubes. And I'm sure everybody just gets really excited to hear me say the exact same thing over and over for hours. You got to be careful with hair in symmetry, right? Because very rarely is hair symmetrical. But I'm going to go ahead and just block it up symmetrically, and then we can go in and move it around. So it's like, okay, that's going there, that's coming under here. So think of it as planes and surfaces. Decide how they're going to break up, right? That's kind of coming out over there. And just get a rhythm for the hair, right? And here's where symmetry fails you in hair, right? So turn symmetry off and kind of figure out what you have going on. Over, under, what's happening, you know, and get a rhythm sorted out. You got to figure that part's going to fail back here because your hair is going to start to, you know, separate from the body, right? The bulk of it's coming back. So this is where it'll all kind of start to go in one direction. And so get your rhythm in. And then come back in and start to do it per each plait, right? Now you got to go, okay, well, what's happening here? Now, this is where rake set fairly large can and at subtract can give you a little bit of the flow, right? And this is, come say, come say, I don't always do this. I'll tend to go back in with stroke or with my clay tubes and get it, but you can use rake to kind of get a little bit of surface feeling, but I tend to find that people don't then come back and work with it. They just use rake, and rake looks like crap for hair. There's all kinds of grooming tools in here. I just, for the most part, I'm doing stylized hair with everything I'm doing, so it's not something I really spend a ton of time with. But, you know, I'm just making decisions on what's going in front of what, right? Let's turn our head on. And I'm just going to keep doing this step by step until I figure out, wow, what's happening, right? And then, I know, everybody, calm your nerves and your excitement, but I then go to SK Twist. And this is actually what this brush was designed to do. This is a hair brush. Kick this up a little more. And now, the nice thing about it is that you stroke in one direction, stroke in another, and they do different things. So I would now come in and decide on my rhythm, decide on my surface flow, what's going under, what's going over. And you can really just go back and forth and get some really nice effects in here. And you can make it as realistic or stylized as you choose. There we go. And I'm just going to, excuse me. You know, and just creep up on it like that. Does that help at all? So yeah, kind of completely depends on what you're talking about. There's something, like if you're making something out of gold, chances are you're going to hollow it out because gold is friggin' expensive. Thanks to our economy going into the dumpster, gold prices have skyrocketed. So, you know, it depends on what you're casting it out of. You know, there's no set rule to that. Cool. And, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, and this is where kind of kick this up, and you can use it to do sort of bigger movement, you know. But it's really just making decisions on what's going where. You know, what's the rhythm? And then, you know, how are you going to turn it into, I guess, you know, something like this little guy. And you can come back in with clay tubes and punch some of this and get it higher or lower. Symmetry's back on, so it's looking weird, but Something in that vein. Yeah, you know, welcome to capitalism. It's awesome, right? Yay, stupid rich people. It's awesome. Not that the rich people are stupid, but they're stupid rich. Okay. Jerry Mammy, and you are Bulldog Ring. I know I have you in here. Where in the hell did you go? Oh, there you go. Isn't that Bulldog Ring? Is this the right Bulldog Ring? Uh-oh. This has got to be Pug Ring. I mean, that only makes sense. Is that the whole? Oh, that's the whole ring. Okay. Well, so the one thing I had a question about was directionality. Because it appears to me that you want this sticking out over the knuckle, because if this is worn like this, see, it just feels upside down to me. This feels like the top of everything, right? Top. And I know, but it seems like the directionality of these things is all up. And these little guys seem upside down to me. Yeah, thanks. Have a good night. Right? Well, that's your first sculpt ever. You're killing it. It looks great. I just think that... Hold on, let's... Auto group. Let's look. I could be totally wrong about this. Sometimes it just takes a minute. Okay, turn symmetry off. That's my problem. I was getting confused. Oh God, what did I do? There we go. Everybody stop. Turn symmetry off. For some reason, I just feel like that's the directionality of the ring. And I also think you may, because these are lovely. They're really adorable. They have good energy. They have good character. I think I'd probably make them a touch bigger in the part. They're not. Mm-mm. Come on, you can do it. Right. Yeah, it's kind of tricky because you got the rhythm of the ring kind of going in a couple different directions. So that's something to wrap your head around a little bit more. The other thing is this just being straight in here, this little groover right here, auto boom. You want to make sure that this, let's go to Y, boop. Come on, why are you doing this to me? My pen calibration is going to give me a damn ulcer. All right, hold down Alt, and let's bend that up. You want that to bend away from the finger because that is just going to turn into a spike that goes into the finger, and it will be very uncomfortable. The other thing is, whenever I'm using lofted shapes, I will try to come in and knock these back edges off, because that little edge is just something that's going to eat into the finger. So try to get rid of this inside edge. This is just kind of years of experience and wearability. You want to kind of get rid of anything that's going to bite into the finger. But your little groovers are funnier than hell. They're great. They have really good vibe. They're really nice. I think I probably would have. Excuse me. I probably would have tried to. Hold on, let's get the heads in here. I probably would have tried to come in and futz with this a little, just so it actually is framing the dogs a little. I know that that's distorting it quite a bit, but I think you kind of get where I'm going here. Where they're a little bit more integrated into the part. I think that's what's right, just so you have a little bit more integration. I probably would. You just have to think about wearability, right? How is this going to wear? Like, this is sticking really far out right here where it's going to be soft. So if this is the bottom, you know, you got to think this is going to turn into a cheese grater right here. And that's where having a printer is invaluable if you're actually trying to make jewelry, because wearability, you can print it, wear it, and it's going to turn your finger into a cheese grater, and you'll figure out where, and you'll soften those edges. Oh yeah, no, that's totally printable. There's nothing, and especially since you have this thickness here, you know, it's thick all the way through, so you're not running into the problem of the thing that, yeah, no, you're totally fine with this. So I would try to incorporate the design a little bit more. Think about wearability, because the distance between here and here gets a little wide, so you got to figure out where, like what direction are you wearing it. And that's why rings are pretty consistently shaped sort of like, you know, like this. Because you want to get as much metal out of the way. So when you're looking at this, you got to remember, you know, you have two fingers. What's going to be here? What's going into the web of the finger? You know, is that a pointy thing going into the web? So now you got to figure, okay, is this facing out? So are you wearing it where the dogs are showing to the people, or are they showing to you? Because if they're showing to the people, this right here is a spear for the web, right? So, you know, you just have to think about how this is going to wear. And that's why I thought it was going the other direction, because in the middle of the finger where the web is, you don't want big, sharp, pointy things. The other thing is you're very wide at the bottom here, right? This is very wide. And you got to remember that your thickness really is, bend your finger. Look at how thin that area right there is, right? So if you have something very wide at the bottom of the ring, your finger's not going to be able to close comfortably on it. Does that make sense? So that's why, you know, people are like, oh, all rings are the same shape. Let's make something cool. Well, you know, it's been a few thousand years and people are like, okay, you know, that's cool, but I'm going to wear it for 8 minutes. So wearability becomes a big issue, right? So those are the things that I would think about. Wearability, directionality. I mean, your dogs are adorable. You know, they look good. I would just try to figure out a way to incorporate them a little better so they're actually part of the design, not just plopped on. Excuse me. Not just plopped on. Yeah, you know, I mean, oh, you're gonna make me crazy. Stop. Okay. So no, there's nothing here that could, I mean, okay, like some of this stuff might be, but you got plenty of thickness here. There's no reason that should break. I mean, that's more than enough. I mean, the only place I could see, now the other thing you've done here is you've created the place that's going to take the most beating, the most fragile area, right? Like this stuff on the bottom, it's going to take 4 pats on a cement bar top, and this is going to just go away. So this is where you could do something in the vein of, you know, this needs to be thinner down here. So, you know, maybe you're taking this and kind of touching there, and then kind of bringing this down. Right, you could incorporate this where you have airflow here, and then you make this area like solid, and you can get away with your detail there, right? But once again, kind of wrap your head around how this is going to wear, because you know you've created something that is going to be a massive cheese grater. You know, I don't even know if Caliper Master works anymore. It was, um, it was a great tool. It was a really good tool. Um, but it's been, has he updated it? I don't know. I mean, it's been years. I know he was very frustrated, and he went to Blender or something. It's been a long time. So does that make sense? You know, if you have big sharp pointing things, don't have them pointing towards the web of the finger. That's an important rule. You know, and think about your silhouette a little. You know, you want it to be thin here. It can get big up here, you know. You just don't want too much going on right here, because that's the this is real tender. Yeah, chop you up. But all in all, I mean, it looks fun. It's great fun. I would still play with it and try to get it a little bit more tuned up so it's wearable. But your pugs are adorable. Adorable. Okay. Do you have any questions? What's our lag? Oh, it's short. No, there's not a big lag at all. Hello, hello, hello. How are you doing? All right. So who was next, Mike? Sorry. Farzi? Is that something that was uploaded later? I don't remember seeing a little crab. Let's see. Load tool. Oh, yeah. Oh. Is there a difference between these two? I'm not getting a size. Wow. We got all kinds of stuff going on. I'm not seeing the little crab. Is it? No, that's Shingo. That's Shingo. That's Catherine. Dimitri. Josh. I don't know who Orc is. That's. It was this guy again. I think that's from an older thing. So I'm not seeing it. Did I miss it again? Hold on. No, wrong thing. No, stop. No, cancel. I'm not seeing it there. don't see a mini crab anywhere. Did it get uploaded? Is it a ZPR? I'm not even, hold on. No. Why won't you? It's a ZPR. Can you bring it in as a ZTL? Otherwise, I have to completely close everything else out. Try to upload that as a ZTL. So who was next? Jimmy the guy? We had Jimmy in there, didn't we? That's Daniel. It's Mohammed. Christian. Now what the hell? You should be down here. I could have sworn I saw your load tool. Scene. Did you load your tool up? Oh, well, this isn't going to show zipped files. Okay, hold on. Yeah, see, I'm not going to. Okay, hold on, date modifier. See, now you've changed your name, so I don't know what the hell the file is called. It's 064, I think that's it, right? That's a skull, that's not a mini crab. So is this yours? Okay. How is this a mini crab? Or was someone else the mini crab? What? Who's talking about marrying 14-year-olds, you goofy bastards? Okay, so Jimmy isn't the mini crab. Oh, Farzi's the mini crab. Okay. Okay. So this is our reference. I'm like, this is not a crab. Okay, so this is your reference. I got it. On top of it. Did I hide the skull? Do you have a base skull in here that I'm missing? Is the rest of the skull missing? All right, what do we have here? Where is it? Am I just absolutely hallucinating? Oh, it's probably hidden, isn't it? There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's see what we have here. Okay. Well, let me see what's going on here. Okay. So, first things first, I think that, once again, this stuff just got a little puffy. So, try to get this to feel a little bit more like the hard surface, right? And I think it just comes back down to putting a few edges in these things, right? And it helps it feel not, see, like this feels pillowy, right? This is soft. A skull's not soft, but if you just throw a few things in there that are, right, this kind of crosses over this. This is an undercut. It doesn't take much to turn these into things that read as hard instead of soft. Right? And similar here, just by throwing some planes on these things, now it looks a little harder, right? Where this looks soft. Was this an alpha? Is that what you tried to do here? So now here, I'm always saying do layers. Here you don't want to do layers because it is something that is cut into a surface. So you want to make sure that, yeah, it's just really noisy. And I think that's not helping you here. I think if you got, because you want this to look as if it's carved into a singular surface, right? So everything that I talk about is completely out the window on this one. But I would come back in and instead, because these look like, you know, it doesn't look like a line. It looks like you have a flat bottom in these, right? These look like it's carved out nice and flat. Because I'm always saying, see how it reflects as a reference or as a single surface. Look here. See how the highlight actually is working as if this were a single surface. So you're not getting that layering effect. And I know that he has this drawn in soft, but yeah, you can get away with that crap in 2 dimensions. But the second you make it all pillowy and weird, it becomes pillowy and weird. People are like, it looks like pillowy and weird. All right. So as you'll notice, I took SK Trim Polish, big, and I just tapped the surface down so it's going to reflect as one surface. And what I mean by that is you can see here that highlight, as it references around, is looking like it's just one surface. Now I'd come in, take SK Trim or SK Twist, and I would kind of, first of all, I would divide this up. Get a little bit more geometry in there. it's still divided again. How is this broken up? Let me try one thing here. I don't know why your geometry says squirrely. Let's see. Because these kind of look like they've been chiseled out flat. So whoever was doing it had like a square chisel and they chiseled it out, as opposed to these being V's. These are nice square bottoms. Oh, the troughs, right? Like this trough is very defined in the illustration. So I think, oops, wrong direction. I think right, get it kind of going like that. And I would come back in with SK trim polish smaller and kind of knock that lip down. And I can't believe I'm saying this. Make everything flatter. Right, you see how dimensional this is compared to this looking slick with a channel in it? And I think this is kind of more what's happening in the illustration, because if you look, you really have these, I mean, you can even see that it's flat there. So I think that is more your answer. Now I've got this lumpy again because I did that with a smaller brush, but you know, you can get your bigger brush out and kind of tap that all back down. And honestly, I would probably take something and texture this out so you're getting even more punch on that, so it almost looks like it's been like stained down in it. And that's going to give you a lot of really nice surface separation. And I think that's going to read, right, that reads a little bit more like that. I just divide it. There are ways that you can ZRemesh to get geometry on the top as opposed to on the bottom. I mean, I have this at 30 million polys to get this kind of resolution. Now let's duplicate this. Duplicate. And let's lower this res. Delete higher. I'm going to just lower this res and delete higher because no, that's not what I want. Delete higher. Because once you have it, you don't need that resolution to keep those edges, but to get them in there, we needed that kind of resolution because of how the geometry in your model is sorted out. You can come back in. Is this? Yeah. You can come back in, and I would do this. Let's lower our res again, smooth it out. Turn off adaptive. Do you see use poly paint? Did I not put that in my damn? I'm always leaving things out, aren't I? ZRemesher. Use poly paint. Turn this white. And now document, color, fill object. I think red is keep, blue is toss. So if we know we want, nope. Where's paint? Paint. Turn that garbage off. And we know we want a lot of geometry in here because this is where our graphic's going to be. And then we can come back down in here and go to blue and make this blue. Come back with white. And turn on backface masking so we don't have that blow through. All right. And now adaptive is turned off. X. Let's see, we want to make this lower. ZRemesh. And now this should load the geometry at the top of the skull and leave less geometry in the back. So we're shoving our geometry up. Hopefully. And now you see that we have more geometry here, less geometry down here. We do get some weird points here, but that's what happens when you're drastically changing your geometry. So now I'm going to divide this up. And now you can see that we have, right, that's 600,000, and that's 500,000. Let's divide this one more time, and now let's lower res, project all. This is a Wacom Cintiq with a Pro engine in it. My machine at home is powerful. This one's okay. The bigger question is, what kind of machine do I have that can handle 30 million polys and continue to stream? All right, let's get that back and let's project all one more time. Fill that in. Let's turn transparency on so I can see where we're missing. Get in there. Just want to make sure your stuff's near the surfaces. We're not losing anything big. You can see here we need to fill that in there. All right, project all. All right. So now, hide that. Turn this off. Oh, what the hell happened there? Oh, this isn't symmetrical. That's what happened there. X. Knock that back and down. We're going to do one more projection. So we place cells that we obviously met. Yep, here. There. Okay, one more time, project all. And I think this should have split the geometry up enough that we can get some of that detail in the top. There we go. All right, boom. So you can see now, high res, high res. Turn symmetry off, turn this on, go to ZBrush. And kind of reproject that back and up. Oh goodness, we're in auto saving. Another hour, it's 11:10. Yeah, look at that. So you can see that we've redistributed a lot of the geometry to the top of the skull by doing that. And yeah, it's right there. It's in your menu, obviously, as well. But there's a ZBrush brush, so you can go. Do not use symmetry with your ZBrush brush. It will pull through to the other side, and it makes your meshes an absolute mangly. Any questions while we're sitting here waiting for this to save? They turned the air conditioning off in here, so it's toasty. what's my approach for cleaning up the mesh? I don't listen to music, actually. For the most part, I listen to books on tape or Audible. Music allows me, I'm myopic OCD, and music allows me to kind of float where books on tape or Audible, my subconscious locks onto the linear narrative and I don't loop reason. So I stopped taking my pills and I listen to books on tape and it works. So cleaning up meshes really depends on, and this is a good example because I remeshed this so I have my subdivision levels. But so here you can see 11 million polys, not 30 million polys in it. We have enough geometry to come in and then kind of finish this, right? So I would come in, roll these edges, roll these edges, wrong direction. Roll these edges, and here I'll show you cleanup right here because this is a good place for cleanup. So I usually sculpt at very high resolutions. And so a lot of people are like, well, Tomas, I can't clean up a mesh at high resolution. See, I sit here and it doesn't happen. So all I do is lower my resolution, come in, smooth that out, smooth this out. Smooth. Smooth at low resolutions. Come back up. Come back up. And so it just smooth as I step up. That's really the big, just having your subdivision levels is the biggest part. On this, I would just use SK Trim Polish because this needs to appear as if it is a flat surface. So I just come back in, make this a flat surface, right? And then you can see that these lines being cut in up here, it's turning this into a homogenized surface, so it looks as if it has been cut into that surface. So I think that's how I would approach the lines, if that makes any sense. Let's look at the rest of what you got here. I know that in the illustration, these are really flat. Flat's cheesy to me. It's just something that annoys me. Make sure your things do not cross over, right? I would divide. I would at least come in and just put an edge on this or make it a little scoop or something, because a big flat surface is just boring as dirt. And, you know, we're sculptors, we're not illustrators. So it's nicer if you have something that's going to give you some reflective. Here, let's turn all these guys back on. Boom, boom. And I'm just going to make this metallic really quick. And you can see, look at how boring this is. But if you give it some sort of, you know, just something going on, a band, you know, two sides, whatever it is. But that gives something for the light to travel on, and it's just more interesting. Flat stuff just sucks. You know, your gemstones are good. I think that, you know, them being gemstones, I don't know what you use. Let's go divide. No, high res, high res, high res. Let's hide everybody else. I don't know what flattening brush tool you use, but Sakaki Kaoru has a beautiful set of brushes, and this SK Trim Polish is really nice on these hard surfaces because it doesn't aggress the edge, right? It doesn't roll over and make it weird. So you can get really nice, sharp, yet organic surfaces with SK trim polish. And I think with, especially if it's supposed to be gemstones, I want to see those edges sharper. And you can see that it's not machiny, right? You still have this nice organic kind of cartoony form, but those sharp edges tell the story of a hard surface, you know. Right. See how that looks a little bit more like a carved stone than, where'd you go? That. So SK trim polish is really good. All right, so let's see what else we got there. Boom. Make a little bit more facet on the bone. Cut these back and have a flat bottom. You know, that was just too rough. It needs to read as a flat surface. Go back in. I'd give a texture, make that smooth. That'll make that punch. Your gems are okay. Once again, I think SK trim polish is going to help you here as well, because you want it to look different than the... That's a bad sign. We might blow out here. Boom, there it is. I should go back and delete some of these out of here, because a number of you have like multiple 100 million poly models in here. I wonder how big this file is. It's probably pushing 4 or 5 gigs, maybe more. Actually, I bet it's more. I don't want you to save it. I don't need it saved. Go away. Come on. Where's ZBrush? There you go. Kill process. Yep. Out. All right. Let's relaunch ZBrush. Is it launching? Come on, you. There we are. I'm totally curious how big this file is. Come on. No, that's what I'm looking for. No, I need that page. Let's go to the other one. It's only 4.3 gigs. Why is this thing crabbing? We'll go in and delete the ones we've already done. That'll help. I usually like to keep them because sometimes you want to go back and show someone on a different model, but I think we are going to kill some of these. Uh-oh, I've lost chat. Where are you? There you are. You big damn quitter. I see how you are. Of course, that's fine. What time is it? It's only 11. Oh. I see how you are. Sure, have a family, kids, got to do. You think that's more important? Good night, my brother. Have a great one. Sure, sell it to the choir. Get on the right coast, buddy. How hot was it there today? That's what I want to know. Like 111 in LA. No way. Come on, you can do it. Oh, I'm not in LA. About 113 here. Yeah, that's ridiculous, man. I don't know. I'm glad that we've convinced everyone that the Pacific Northwest, all it does is rain. Because it's lovely up here. Yeah, luckily I mean, it's a little hazy, but I mean, nothing dramatic, you know. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of some of these. Subtool, delete all. We did that, delete all. Delete all. We did that one. Delete all. No, that was part of class. Delete all. Okay, we did that one. Delete all. Oh, that's gone. We haven't done that one. Haven't done that one. Haven't done that one. We did this one. Delete all. We did not do that yet. We did not do that yet. We did not do that yet. Nope. Yes. Yes. Nope. Yes. Nope. Nope. Yes. Okay. So, oh, I was going to say with the teeth, I would use the SK trim on these as well. SK trim polish. And it just, oh, I divide this up just a little more. And make these a little bit more facety. And you can see, you can still leave strokes in it to make it appear as if it's been chiseled a little bit more. But definitely get those sharp, right? All right. How is that? Do you have any other questions on this one? I think we're pretty good here. Cool. All right. So we have Farsi Mini Crab load tool. Dropbox, boop. F, file requests, Pixologic. Holy hell, did more people? Okay, okay. We've seen you. Mouse, pug ring we've seen. Did we get... I don't know if we've seen these, but we definitely loaded them, didn't we? Yeah, okay. I already have one, delete all. All right. Load tool. Marinating crab, there we go. Right on. Nice. Mini crab was next, right? Mini crab, yeah. He's fun. I think that give some rest in the texturing. Just some places, because the problem with just texturing everything is that it becomes noise, you know. The other thing on these edges, I think you could run through pinch and it would give that crab sort of, holy Hannah, that's tough. If you kind of pinch these together, it'll give you a little bit more of a carapace feeling. And you can change the thicknesses of these a little, and it won't just look like a brush stroke, right? And here, is this not symmetrical? This, wow, come on. Instead of just cutting these things in, a little bit of depth is nice. And the directionality of the plates will give them a little bit more of a plate-y feel as opposed to just a surface with lines cut into it. Right. Dun, 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 dun. So see, that just gives you a little bit more action going on than just cutting lines in. And you know, you can change like that one comes down and that one's behind, so you get like a little transition there where it's coming up in the middle and maybe going down on the sides. You know, just something where you're getting that something is going over and under. And once again, and this is why, I mean, I really don't use alphas much, is because they really do get, they get homogeneous very quickly, and it turns into Hey, you know what? Let's see if, do I have my crab here? Yeah, let's actually, where is that? Crab. 2 solos. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. That's an import. Dropbox. Where are you at? Dropbox. 2 solos. Nope. Nope. Okay. Well, that's funny. Why did it say that it matched it there? Okay, hold on. I want to show you something. Because instead of me going over it a lot, I can just show you, but I need to find it. Let's go Dropbox, all files, crab card holder. That's an STL. Let me download that. You can do it. I just want to show you something about texture here. We're not crab flexing. I just. All right, so now import, downloads, crab, skip color. Okay. Oh no. Hold on, we're gonna have to undo that. Yeah, okay. Undo. Undo. Remember, when you import things, you need to give it a different layer because it will replace the layer that you just brought it in on. You can do it. So you can see, this is the card holder. Let's look at this texture here. So instead of just using one singular texture, and this has been decimated obviously, but you can see that you get plates, you're creating this carapace sort of feeling, but by using different textures in different ways, you get, a little bit more. The textures start to dictate where the eye goes, as opposed to being homogeneous, right? Where this just starts to become noise. Think about what's going on in the model and then texture it accordingly. Does that make sense, everyone, on this one? Because this is a big deal. If you just use an alpha and you just drag it in there, you're going to wind up with something that it's not even the character. The surface is, you go texture blind. It's like a lot of the things where, and I understand for gaming and stuff, like all the pores and all of that. Well, for a printed model, it just becomes a bore. It's you can use it in areas and sparsely, and you can see, like, I have like weird little rake textures here, and we have weird little bump textures, and creating bumps and hard surfaces and bumps. And see, these drawn in lines don't work nearly as well. This is an old model. Well, the crab's an old model. I bent this. This is probably maybe 3-4 years old. But does that make sense? I mean, do you see how we're really dictating the rhythm of the part by how we're using the texture? So, you know, wrap your head around that one. Oops. And obviously he's like in a T pose, so, you know, I would pose him up some. Change up your, you know, get some stuff going on where it's not just, you know, where you have, because especially with crabs, they have these really great, just like kind of, you know, get in there and make these organic surfaces organic, right? Don't get tied to those base shapes. Come in and give it a little gnarlyism and get it kind of bumpy and weird, because it's going to give you a more organic form, which will have a lot more visual interest, right? And then, you know, kind of think about where that texture is and why. Right? And you can come in and change your texture up. Ooh. Turn lazy mouse off. Get this brush smaller. You can see just by using different textures, you're now getting a different path. Your eye's trying to follow it. It's not just this one noise. It becomes texture, not noise. Does that make sense? But no, all in all, looks great. You know, your forms are interesting. It's fun. I just think homogeneously texturing something, no. Where'd it go? Oh no, that's it. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Go, 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 Godzilla. Your buildings are fun. The demolition's great. Your demolition has good rhythm. Oh, I like its centipede legs. That's good. All right, let's look at our creature here. I like how it looks like a centipede has like mounted this guy, and that's good. So I would say, you know, once again, the issue of sort of drawing on texture. It's a gorilla centipede hybrid. I like it. Look at this. Gorilla centipede hybrid.
Looks like a monster. And from like it's like an armadillo back too.
A centipede.
No.
Look at the little centipede legs, you big
But
boy.
the legs are smaller than his legs.
Yeah, it's a centipede mounting a gorilla.
Oh, it's a mounting. Okay. I thought it was like one being. I was like, why would you need
It
tiny
is one
legs?
being. It's
What?
a hybrid.
What's the legs for if they just float?
Well, you mounted him. He's not the sharpest tack in the box. I'm working on him. I'm working on him. Oh no, dude. I grew up with Ultraman. You don't have to. I'm all about it. He, on the other hand,
I
needs
haven't
to
grown up yet.
watch a little bit of Ultraman.
What's Ultraman?
Did you just hear that?
Yeah.
I hope you heard that. Oh, it's painful. What's Ultraman?
I don't know what that is.
Just stop talking. You're gonna make me cry again.
Do you want a chai tea or a coffee?
Chai tea sounds good.
These are amazing.
So, I think once again, the you got your planes here. I mean, like, this stuff is really good. I think that getting that SK twist in there and defining some of these forms. Divide. Your SK twist sets directionality to this stuff, right? I just think it's a great tool for this kind of carapace sort of. And just make sure they are actually going behind one another. Don't get in there and just draw on the surface. Here you did a good job. And sort of with the crab texture, like it looks like Drinky the Crow here. Right, you can quickly kind of get these weird sort of layers. Use texture to kind of change this stuff up. SK trim over it, flatten it down. But you did a really good job here with separating the layers. I think you just started to do a little bit of drawing in here. Like here. Nice, super fun. Yeah, I think sort of in the same vein, actually, once again, I don't think I deleted him. I think the crab, wasn't the, yeah, here. Let's look at this guy's texturing again real quick. And so, once again, instead of getting in there and just drawing these details in, try to get them to look like little planes and break up your texture. And this is a decimated model, so we don't have, my details aren't super crisp. This is a card holder. I actually designed it for a different one, but I liked it, so I was good. I mean, come on, it's a good card holder. But do you see what I mean? How we're getting these ridges as opposed to just drawing the lines on, creating layers and layers and layers of that creatiness sort of. I think that would work really well. And, just get your separations instead of them being, .5. How big is this thing? Why is my scale so weird? All right. So think of them as layers and plates as opposed to just coming in and drawing. Yeah, this is decimated. This is never going to work. All right. Let's get back here. Because, once again, when you start just cutting in and cutting in and cutting in, you start to lose the substructure. And I think like here, what is up with my brush? Oh, there it is. Things are at very different scales, obviously. Like here, you know, that whole muscle thing about, I don't know, making sure, what is that? Oh. Making sure these look like planes as opposed to big grooves. I mean, your anatomy stuff's nice. It's fun. But, you know, is that a bicep and a deltoid? Don't lose yourself in it. Right. And that's where starting to draw the detail stuff in, I think it's easy to lose it and then start to kind of cut into the form. Nice, super fun. It looks like, what is it? Evangeline, or what is that? Something like that, right? I like those. Yeah, and it exactly sort of has that shape. The face sort of has that shape, at least. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. I can't remember my own name, let alone all of that, but some beautifully designed. There's some fun designs in that. I love that you have these beautiful sort of organic mech things, and then you have like a floating eyeball with stars around it. I'm like, that's great. Yeah, no, you got it. But see, guys, how, you know, he's looking at these surfaces and defining the planes. Nah, he looks great. Without a doubt, he looks great. I would just say, you know, make sure, don't get lost in digging in too deep around here. You don't want to go into your substructure. Break up your textures a little and get this stuff to look a little bit more like plates as opposed to just drawn in. Centipede gorilla is pretty rad. I like him. Super cool. Well, he looks great. Cool. I can't wait. I assume you'll have that ready at the end of the month. Well, 3 weeks. You got 3 weeks. Yeah, no, he looks awesome. It's just some little, like I said, because the problem is this is, right, with here, you can see these aren't super deep, but we can keep track of our surfaces and it doesn't really get chattery. Where when you get in here and you start just cutting lines in, like a lot of this is great. You know, this is looking good. These plates are looking good. But when you got into the belly area, it becomes chattery because you're cutting lines in. You're not really making them layers. And I think you kind of lose some of it in here. I think you just need to reevaluate what's actually going on in here and tune it up. But I mean, the pose is nice. He's really active. You know, it has good weight. And let's face it, that's just funny. I like it. Keep bringing it as you update it. I'd like to see it as it goes on. Well, I like the pose, actually. I mean, obviously, you know, your hands or whatever, you know, you're going to blow out the building or whatever. And, you know, your toes need to bend up. But I like he's off center, you know, he's off weight. but you have really nice forms. I mean, you know, these are good profile lines, you know. I mean, you have a strong linear this way, so he's off center, but he has good flow. He's referencing up to the building. Yeah, I really don't have anything negative to say about that. You know, I mean, gorillas, I think maybe here you want to, because, you know, this structure isn't going to really be able to bear all of his weight. Maybe get this leg out just a touch more so he's a wee bit on, a little bit more sub-supported there. Right, just maybe bring that foot out in here. Because I don't think that hurts you any. Here, let's duplicate W, remesh by Dynamesh. Oh. Focal shift there, make it a little smaller. Nope. Jesus, what is going on? How did I get that high? I don't even know. We're gonna get some weird stretching here, but that's okay. Yeah, I think it just needs to be. Yeah, I think just pulling that leg out a little. He's moving forward, so it's not, but at least you have something sitting there through the center of gravity, so he's not falling just over this way. That little. Right, because this way he's okay. Right, you have good support there. I just think widening that base some and getting that leg out just a little bit. And that line, kind of going with that line. I think just broadening out that base just a touch is going to help you some. Because otherwise, I mean, I guess if he's actually leaning on something else, that would make a little bit more sense. But if he's supposed to be supporting himself, I think you need to pull that leg out a bit. All in all, looks great. 2 thumbs up. Keep bringing it in so I can see it go. To be deadly honest, no, not really. During the beta, I was much more interested in band iterations using the micro poly. So basically where I spent my time focused on was more, hold on, all files. Oh no, hold on, we gotta get rid of crab. All files. Now we need to go down to Pixo. Where are you? See, I was using more being able to generate controllable scaled bands where it's the same size band, but you're changing the amount of stones in the scale. So this was more what I was really, so that's your instance. You micro poly it onto these surfaces. You retain your ring size, but you're getting larger and smaller instances. Let's see. Scales. I did that with scales. Yeah, see. That's more what I was interested in. I mean, I played with it. You know, I played with the fabric, and if you were doing something that was fabric, yeah, but it's not super useful. Because if you're trying to use it to create instances, the mesh warps and those instances change size. So if you're doing renderings, that's cool. But for manufacturing, it's a little too flexible. No, that was Centipede Gorilla Hybrid. 1210. All right, so let's go. No, he looks great. 2 thumbs up. Okay. Oh, thank you, Henry. You're awesome. Devilman. Did you? Dropbox, file request, Pixologic, files. I love Devil Man. It's one of my faves. You're really starting to get there. You know, I think that you want to. So your biceps actually inserting up here under the shoulder. I think that you just by, you know, get that bicep getting up and under the deltoid, if that makes any sense. Right, because it's not inserting up here, it's inserting up under that armpit. Let me do it this way, because the silhouette's good. I just think that, right, your clavicle, rib cage, this is going to insert up in here, right? Deltoid. Because all these are coming into a very similar point. So you're pointing up here, which means you're sort of inserting up here under this deltoid. I think you want just a little bit more of a shape like that. Does that make sense? You're starting to get your ridges and stuff in place. I think it's a similar thing here. You know, these are actually inserting kind of up here. So just get the directionality of that, just getting a little bit more into the torso. I mean, it's subtle, but yeah, these are just going up here and they want to do that as opposed to that. Wings are getting there. This texture's fun. One thing I would I use the rake to lay in textures initially as well, but I'll usually come back in with orb cracks or slash and really start to punch some of these surfaces. Don't depend on the rake. Come back in and decide your own, because you want to get these, you know, kind of doing cool stuff. And I think that these are a little too tubey. I think. Let's look. I haven't looked at Devil Man in a long time. There's that one absolutely beautiful Devil Man sculpt. Actually, there are quite a few beautiful Devil Man sculpts. But you see what I mean? The bicep is coming up and into here. It's not just straight in. Really? That's what you're giving me? You annoying bastards. Alright, let's get me out of Facebook. Facebook's the devil. But see, once again, bicep coming up and in. Biceps coming up under there. Right? Now, hold on, let's look at the wings. Oh yeah, there you go. That's... Why are these all so tiny? It's really annoying. But see here again, see how these are thin? And you got to remember that these are, you know, they're bat wings. They're actually, you know, little functional things. They're not just these tubes. So kind of get in there and define that. You can see that this is right, bone, elbow, right. They sort of have bone structure. I love this guy. He's so damn good. But right, the bicep is coming up in here, not up here. Some damn good work. I love that one too. He's good. Too good. But you see what I mean? Where, you know, these should be much more like bone structure, right? These are actually fairly straight, and then they have the connecting tissue and little elbows. But other than that, I mean, you're definitely getting there. Definitely getting there. Yeah, there's, God, I wish I could remember his name. He's absolutely awesome. And he did a big, I mean, sculpts like this. It's gorgeous. And he's sort of crouching over and he's sitting almost like a gargoyle pose, you know, but it is a stunning sculpt. I've started a few devil men, and haven't gotten the pose right. Because it's, you know, it's so similar. They're like three real kind of devil man-y poses, but I'll tell you, that's what's so nice about this one. Where is he? Yeah, this one is a really unique pose. But that's like your classic devil man pose, you know. That's such a fun character. That's a good one. Good stuff right there, boyo. There's your classic. So much fun. So much fun. But I've just been trying to work with the silhouette on the one I was working on, and I just haven't gotten there yet. That's nice. Das ist gut. Nope, the only thing I see is the wings are not tubes, they're bones, right? I mean, look at bat wings, you know. You know, they're little arms, they have muscles, you know. It's a bone lump. Right? They're not tubes. You know. So, and I see that a lot with wings, especially, you know, this kind of bat wing. You know, it really is their hands, right? It's your arm, your elbow, and your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So 3 joints per, and I'm not saying that you have to be completely anatomically correct, but you know they have some of that. Now, some of those obviously were far more abstract, but you know that's what kind of makes bat wings creepy, you know, because they're just, it's your arm and a hand, and the hand's just big and weird. So yeah. Hey, no problem at all, man. Yeah, it's so just it's an awesome sculpt. All right, I'm sorry. Who was next? Henry, are you there? Yeah. It's just awesome. She does not suck. That is for sure. Yeah, I love her. Her animals are rad. And she's a super talented person. And here's a prime example of what I mean by the muscles. You know, really, you can see that these things are things that are going under and over. Yeah, it's rad. She's a rock star. Lagtown? Oh. A mouse model. Yep, it's right here. There we go. Make sure that you don't get, right, if it's going to come down below, make sure it does. Don't get those, don't get the crossover, right? If things are going to be in front, make sure they are one format or another. And then let's see. Boop. Yeah, I think coming back in and just punching some of these intersections where your weight is actually on the tail. Right, because come on. You know, whatever. Yeah, yeah. just make sure that you are getting real weights there, because those little intersections are what really separate it out, you know. That's someplace. This is actually someplace where the dynamics could be helpful, and that is mask, you know, this off, or mask everything but that off, and then use your dynamics, and it'll make this flop over. It works pretty well, actually. It is only one subtool, but it's multiple polygroups. If you just hold down Control Shift and tap the polygroup, you separate out your polygroups. Right? I'd probably come back in and make these look finished off in some format or another. Give it an edge, maybe, just so it doesn't look unfinished, right? Because these are various different sizes, so I'd probably come back in and try to get them to be, you know, the same size. Or at least closer to the same size. He's a little cross-eyed. Yeah, he looks great. Yeah, so are those buttons on a shirt? And here again, just make sure that if you have something going over and under, make sure that they are going over and under, because that can break the story like that, you know. And you can't do that because that pulls everybody up. Right, and, you know, that's coming out of his belly and stuff. Just clean that up and make sure it's coming in the right places. So I don't know what the belt, if this is a shirt or if that is glue or just buttons. No, all in all. And because you have some realistic, because this isn't completely stylized, you have some realistic cloth here. I would probably give yourself just a little implication of something here. Only because if everything were smooth and stylized, that'd be one thing, but because you have the cloth being pseudo-realistic, I would probably just give yourself a little something here. Just so it's not incongruous and it doesn't look like, this is a lantern or something. See, you're tying some of that in. And also that'll make him stand out a little bit more because he's so smooth. Having something that's slightly less stylized as the details will help you. No, he looks great. He's hysterical. Very nice. Really, that's about it. I mean, I think you got it. He's fun. The pose is great. It's good balance, Nope. Torso's bent. You're moving forward. This moving. No, he killed it. It looks great. I would just work on, if this is supposed to be a knot, make it a knot. I don't know what our buttons are here. His hand looks good around the rod and string. Get this fabric right. Add a little bit of fabric here. Yeah, he looks great. And figure out that, make sure that doesn't cut into that. Nope, killing it. Looks awesome. Josen Bezun. Dude. Delete all. We don't need the crab anymore. Delete all. We got you. Delete all. We did you. Delete all. So is this a new, oh, yeah. Well, no one's talking, so I'm taking this friggin' thing out of my ear. I'm like, why does it sound like I've been in, all right. What do we have here? This looks great. See how even though those lines are there, you can definitely tell that these planes are diving below these. Nice tension in the muscles. The implied tension with the light brush strokes. Stratus. He's resting a little into his hips. So he's back a hair. Well, his legs are back, so yeah, he's just leaning into his hips. I think that you could get just a touch more. Just get a little bit more barrel to him there. Oops, sorry, I stretched that out some. If that makes any sense. You see what I mean? His torso is probably just a little bit more barrely. I'm just dealing with silhouettes. These intersections aren't really. Your anatomy looks wonderful. Something's going on there. Oh, sorry. Oops. Make sure that, holy Hannah, what is going on here? Make sure that actually comes under that delt. Or, yeah. No, you're killing it. He looks great. Yeah, you're. Yeah, look at your pose a little. I think, see, your center of gravity is just a little far back. Right, you get, That's close. That's close. I think this just needs to move up a touch, but this is probably just a T-pose anyway, so it's not really important. Oh my God, this back support's killing me. I think his arms might be, oh, well, they're out. Never mind. No, he looks great. Cannot complain about that. Yeah, though. You know, so you're not worried about. Yeah, see, this is just back a little far. But like I said, you're going to pose him, I'm sure, so it's not an issue. Yep, I think the only thing that I saw that was really, and it happens a lot in when people are doing the T-pose, I think you just got a little flat. And a lot of that happens because with your arms there, you're not really looking at the silhouette of the torso. I think your glutes could probably come out a little more, but you got a tight little pinched butt, so yeah. And I think, getting just this little intersection area. But I moved that out a little, so I mean that's not necessarily you. These also have, and once again I moved this around a touch because I was, these are shaped a little more like that than just round. They have a little bit of a weight in the belly of them. Nice, beautiful. Looks great. Really nice. Score, man. Yeah, once again, don't let that bicep creep up too far. Just make sure that remember that they're inserting in almost the same place. So don't let that bicep creep up this way. Keep it in there, And that's and that's sort of that deltoid too. If you just cut that deltoid in a little more, that's not a deltoid. There. No. Don't say deltoid tricep. Oh my God, my life. Just have a little bit more of you flattened out there touch. And once again, a lot of this could be when I move that torso around, but those have a slightly more roundness to them. Because remember, these are sitting right there on top of the rib cage. Killing it, man. Looks great. I'm a sadist. Oh, just sculpted it with a mouse. Oh my God. Yeah. I believe that would be called a masochist, not a sadist. Well, I use clay tubes for everything, so I don't know if that's necessarily. I mean, when are you talking about like the crab? What kind of texture? The crab texture, the web between wing texture. Right. Give me an idea of what you're looking for. We can get there. Yeah, no, you're killing it, man. Like I said, just look at them when you get in and start to tune the torso up. Don't forget to knock the arms off and look at that silhouette. Because I just think you got a little flat. Right, I just pulled that out so you get that that rib cage. Right. Sure. Yeah, it looks great. Killing it. Scheiße, Liebe. Who's next? Was there someone next? Ooh, yeah. Oh, okay. So let's look at the ones that we haven't looked at. We'll go up the row. Oh my God. Get a tablet, guys. What are y'all do? You're killing me. That's lovely. Really good. This intersection gets tricky. I like the muscles there. Your rib cage is floating a little. Let's see, it kind of comes in here. No, that's the other thing. Let's see. Normally, I think these folds might be a little backwards. Usually, I think what is it doing on me? So I think your rib cage is sitting just a little straight and you've just pulled this side down as opposed to actually getting this, because your rib cage is pulled out here and it's going over your hip. But in this pose, I think this rib cage is coming pretty deep in here. Right? Which means this, the hip is probably on top of that. Does that make sense? Your hip is out here. Your rib cage is diving in. That's interesting. That wasn't an hour. Why did it? Oh, I bet when we rebooted, all those changed. Hold on. Preferences. Quick save. Sure shit. That needs to be up there. And that needs to be. Oh, I'm cussing. Shh. My bad. Sorry. But do you see what I'm saying here? Your rib cage needs to, right, you're getting kind of this. So the rib cage is doing that and coming out, which means, but your shoulders are straight. So you should have a little bit of curve in here. Either this shoulder comes down, up, and the hip is out here. The rib cage is coming under here. So I think that these curve, or these wrinkles, are going the wrong direction. Here, let's get rid of this guy real quick. Right, I think, let's take planar. If this is the edge of the ribs. See what I did? I just took planer off of your edge there. And that's the hip. So I think you would get right, that's, yeah, so I think it's hip, pinch, rib. So the hip would be outside of that pinch, I think. Oops, sorry. And then, like I said, because this is, I have an odd feeling, because you're contrapposto, I think this is down, right? Because look at where the bottom of your rib cage is, right? You got this angle here, you got this angle here, and then you'd have this angle here, right? Because so I think that this needs hip. Right. At least that'd be my guess. Right. Yeah, because that's coming in there. This is out here. So your hip is definitely on the outside of your rib cage there. So I think your steps just need to go the other direction. I think that's okay. That this shoulder needed to drop, and that's your contrapposto there. Yep, looks great. Let's go back there. Yeah, it's subtle. So I think, right, so your shoulder, your rib cage is diving under. So this hip is out. Wrinkle, wrinkle, hip. Yeah, I think that's it. Because this is straight. But I mean, your detail here, your muscle stuff, it's beautiful. It looks great. Yeah, these are the ones that haven't been in the list or whatever, so we're going through those. No, you're completely, see, and I think that's what happened here, and that's why your rib cage sort of got a little square there. Because this is gorgeous here. And we just lose a little in here because I think that, and I mean, you may have a photo reference or something. I could be completely wrong, but that's kind of bothering me. The fact that the shoulders are straight, you know, because your curves are lovely. Nope, great work. All right, let's just hop to the next guy we have. Turn paint off. Do we have feet? Thought I turned everything on. Once again, you know, don't have your stuff cross over. I understand this is a T pose or a, I guess this is an A pose. So, it's not, you know, this stuff is looking good. I think, once again, think a little bit more directionality. Like, where is the tension on this? Here we go again. It's another model that my brushes are being weird on. Look at that, just bizarro. I don't have answers for that. Right, if it's pulling, you're getting, oh God, I'm just gonna have to draw this, aren't I? Right, if you have the button, your tension's kind of doing this, so you'll get like a little, right, you have a ridge here. Is it pulling this way? You know, which direction are these pulling? So make up your mind, right? But it looks good. I mean, a lot of the stuff is really super, you know, blocked out, so it's not, you know, there's no point in commenting on that. I think you could spend a little more work on the face. No, right, you know, this is all blocked out. The proportions are fun. I mean, it's an interesting character. I'd like to see it, you know, once again, move your sword, right, to where it isn't running into everything. And this is where, you know, the you know, you got to make sure that he doesn't get clumped in. Also, get those balls gone there. No, he's definitely going in a great direction. It's an interesting dude. I mean, I like the proportions. It's kind of fun. I mean, I can tell you have the capacity to get this sculpted. So I'd like to see it as it comes on. I don't know if he has legs or if those are his feet, you know. I kind of like the short guy. So I'd be interested in seeing it as it moves along. Looks good. So your note said you're having snake problems. Okay. There is no easy way of making snake scales, because as you can see, you're not, it's changing directions. Now this is where, this isn't done with micro poly, is it? This is a nano mesh, if I'm not mistaken. No, it's not that. Yeah, it's a nano mesh. So, yeah, you know, there's just no easy way of doing it. It just turns in, they change direction on you. The normals just get super weird. With micropoly, let's go back here and kind of try to look at this silly little mermaid dude I did. And then you can, there's Dropbox. No. You can see, though, where can I zoom in on this one? Yeah. So with micropoly, you can create your instance and you get a much better laying on, but you have to sit there and make sure you got to keep the scale things as square as possible. You can see I let these stretch out some because it got super thin, and this was more me just playing around. This wasn't really, you know, getting my catfish. But you can see that with the instances in micropoly, if you make your scales pinch well, like get together well, because you leave the sides open and then it merges. I think that if you play with micropoly instead of the nano mesh, you're going to wind up with a much better result. And I think my tile was 3, or was it? So, you know, you're making a tile that repeats. And I want to say that mine was, no, I think each square was that, if I remember right. Right, so you make the repeating tile, and then I don't think it was just 2. I think it was that, if I'm not mistaken. But you can see it's a much nicer result. So you just have to futz with a little and do it with micropoly, I think is the best way to do it. How can you ensure it's tileable if you are sculpting it? Well, you just, right here. No, it's not that frame. You divide. Now, make a scale. Get this side going down. Get this side coming up. And then boom. Now you'll want to do this dimensionally is I literally just built a scale. I was just trying to do this quick here. Just stop trying to do things quickly and just show you. Let's make polysphere. Polysphere. Divide. Let's stretch it out. Let's taper. Oh, delete lower. Taper. Move. Clay tubes. Turn symmetry on. Divide. Sculpt your little groover, get it to where you want it. Take it, tilt it, resettle, delete lower. Get a few of them in there. Be more careful than I'm being. And then you just kind of decide where you want it to cut, right? So with the micro poly, you want it to be a 2 millimeter. It needs to be a 2 millimeter square. So let's append a star. We're going to make this a cube, which is, make this 2, enter, resize subtool, come here, W, go to center, scale up. And so you just need to make it where, turn transparency on, where this is going to tile. So that point to right, it's got to cover. Now here I go. I got to think about this for a second. So you want that to go from half to half, so let's shrink this up, right? Because as it tiles, you want that half to go into that half. Bottom needs to be, so these won't work perfectly because I didn't line them up perfectly, but you want that to go to that, right? And so if I had set those up correctly, that would be your thing, but we can deal with it this way. I'm just going to go W, remesh by Dynamesh. We're going to do this cheap and fast. Boop. Turn line out so I can see. Q. Make this slice. Where are you? Slice rectangle. come in, slice, come in, slice, delete hidden, come in, slice, come in, slice, delete hidden, right? And so now you have that at the points. Obviously, you would have taken the time to get these to be actually on the point. And now you have that. And let's take a look at your little groover here. Turn nanomesh off. Now this is going to wind up being very, very small because this is 1 and I'm jamming 4 into each. But turn nanomesh off, geometry, dynamic subdivision on, smooth subdivision 0, micropoly on, hold down control and tap. Where's my little scale groover? Oh, there it is. Boop. So your mesh is bizarro. Hold on, so let's align. I would rebuild this mesh to make it more simple, but you can see that, oh, I cut it wrong. Here. Well, whatever. But you can see that you can get it in, and now that's going to be, your mesh has some normals issues. But you can see how it'll tile on and function. You can, however you built that, you have this spiral on it. That's funny. Work with your micro mesh. See, I was trying to do it fast. This is why you never demo things fast, because they always look like poo. That was probably my, hold on, they have little scales here. You can see something's going on with your mesh. You have a spiral in there. Let's align. I don't know. But you can see that there's a way to get it to, you just have to get that micro mesh sorted out cleanly or it acts weird, and your base mesh has got to be tight. So somewhere in the line between the base mesh and my crappy example of a mesh, you can see it's in that spiral. I don't know what's going on with that. But I think that that's the best way to start approaching scales, honestly. Because with nano mesh, it's not going to happen. I've never seen it work. All right, let's look at this guy. Hey. Did you import this as an OBJ? It has some weird geometry. Because I think this is a classic statue. I mean, you know, once again, rib cage, the weight, you know, the weight distribution is really nice on this. I always think their heads are too small. Center of thigh. No, he's really good motion. I think this is it's beautiful. I mean, you know, the flow is nice. It's gorgeous. I always think they have tiny heads, but that's a thing. I would go in after the fact and move my mesh around. And that's how I would add variation. I'd just come back and do it by hand. You can get, so if you really want variation, you can make 3 or 4 different scale sets as long as the outside edges are actually clean and touching. You can come back out and make various scale sets where they have some variation. And you can use all of them in the sub. I think you can use up to 8 or 9 variation examples, and that way you could get variation that way. But honestly, I just come in and fuddle futz with it after the fact. I've sculpted a lot of snakes. I have a bunch of snakes. I mean, Instagram, no, ArtStation. There's Snake. That's a bracelet. And a pendant. No, nanomesh never works. That's what he did use. He used nanomesh, and I don't think I've ever seen snake scales work in nanomesh, at least up to my standards of what I want. Hold on, where's his turn nanomesh on? See, that's what happens with nanomesh. You can't really get overlaps good. You always wind it. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I've never liked nanomesh for any of this. I think it's just too. I mean, nanomesh has some very positive things. I don't think snake scales is one of them. All right, what do we have? We have. Come on. Fun. Once again, I think the level of detail is very similar throughout. This is where, once again, I'd come in and just give some of this stuff facets. Give some of these things some sharp edges. Give them some scallops. Start breaking these surfaces up into reflective surfaces. And you'll wind up with a much more dynamic part than everything just looking soft and the same, you know. See how I'm making layers. And I mean, you started to get there and it looks like you smoothed everything off. Thing is once you go into printing and then into casting, the stuff just doesn't retain. So you really need to kind of crisp it up, because throughout the whole process, all it's going to do is get softer. It's never going to get sharper. So you need to make sure that everything is there, interesting, crisp, and going, and then you're going to wind up with a much better bottom. It's fine. But see, all the lines are the same thicknesses and such. You know, if you come in and break it up to where some of these things are bigger and then some are smaller. See, all your lines are roughly the same thickness. So break that up and get some edging in your surface. I think you're going to be happy. Hey. I feel the same way, my friend. My lights get cut out all the time. Yeah, I would say just work with kind of breaking your surface up a little and getting these lines to be different. Because by making them all roughly the same, you just lose your narrative. It just becomes chatter. But it's fun. All right, we got orc. All right. First thing, if this is not going to have another character or something on this, I think your I think your pedestal is huge. Oh, it's a billion different parts. Let's go to this part then. Right? At least if you do something in this vein, this is all kind of pointing up to him, as opposed to this just being huge and he's like in a desolate, right? I don't know if that makes sense, but I think that would help a lot making this smaller, because right now that's just so huge. I mean, this is a sculpt about this platform, not about him. So shrink that up some. Fun. If you're going to printing or something, you'll probably want, is that the entire vertebra? Yeah. For printing, you'll want this stuff to be touching the boot, just so it's not hair thin. I like your weapon going through the bone. That's very nice. I would give the implication that this bone is bigger though, because if you're looking at the scale of him, that bone's a little thin. And it's going through the arm. I think I probably give it some sort of rivet or something, and giving the implication that you've nailed the bone to it or something. It's pretty good. I'm getting a little... Once again, I think getting that a little more angularly as opposed to half, right? As opposed to this just being a slope. Get that curve in, but your muscle definition's good. I like this little Ripley stuff. It's looking good. Your belts look good. You might want to add a little bit more tension into the belt, because this has got to be tight enough to hold something that big on. So instead of this just flopping with the, right, this is coming down and then along the body, this would actually be pretty tense. There'd be tension in this, right? So instead of it just being loose on the body, you want that to be tight. Because that's a substantial amount of crap to be holding on with little leather straps. Nah, he looks fun. He's great. Yeah. I think excuse me, these belts would have tension to them. Because right now they're just loose. And so, coming out the top of that, you'd have these would be it wouldn't be floppy. These would be pretty straight lines. That might cross under that. But these lines wouldn't be super wiggly. They'd be pretty tight. Right. At least these outside edges would have tension to them. If that makes any sense. All in all, he's looking good though. Yeah, you look good. Alright, what do we have? Good layer breakout. Hair looks good. And I'm sure this is just a graphic. This is meant to be graphical, but I like, once again, I like to see steps and stuff. So having having this edge, just a simple thing like that, right, where these things are actually going over and under one another. But that's my taste, I'm sure that this is really just meant to be more like a graphic breakout than things going over and under one another, because you have these depth things here, but no, nothing really. Yeah, sorry, I'm getting all yawny. The feet are a little weird and square. I mean, the rest of the body is very Good, and then these got really simplified. What do we got here? Why pressure modifier doesn't work with mouse? Because a mouse is either on or off. You need a tablet. I mean, you can get a cheap tablet, but you have to have a tablet for pressure. Because a mouse doesn't have pressure. It's either on or off. Why don't you just go on eBay and buy like a $30 tablet? I mean, you don't need anything extravagant. You just need something with pressure sensitivity. All right, what do we got here? So obviously you're gonna, the tripod's legs are 3. Good old Beretta. Well, it looks nice. I think, obviously, for me, I want to see you like take these, divide this out, and get that smoother, but I don't know what the asset's being used for. Obviously, make this a little bit more, instead of just that base model, get those shapes in. I think there's a little bit more going on back here as well. I can't remember. It's been a long time. Something's going there, huh? That's lovely. Lovely. Looking great. All right. Hey Raytheon, how's it going? Yeah, no, you're not going to have any success with a mouse as far as pressure sensitivity. It's either on or off. You need a tablet. All right, what did I miss? Nanomesh, nope. Okay, I think that's everybody. All right. I'm yawning. I'm tired. And I think we got through everybody. So, next week is just normal. The week after that's just normal. And then I think the week after that is critiques again. Yeah, go ahead. Ask away. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you. Well, we're not out yet. Raytheon has a question. Well, you should set the minimum to whatever you want the minimum to be. Because remember, it's going to break up the color tones. Preferences. Where is it? Analysis. Thickness. Shit. Right? So you can change your max and your minimum, right? But what you have to remember is that, so I have mine set for 1 millimeter and my max 5 millimeters. And that is, red is anything under 1 millimeter. Blue is anything over 5 millimeters. And this is 0 to 1 mil, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5. See? Start color, in color, and then this is the millimeters. So, and you can get, you can change this, right? You can make it, oh no, that's max. There's a place you can change the number of these. I can't remember exactly where it was because I do it as such. So this way I just know if it's under 1. But if you wanted to make it, okay, this is 2/10, this is 4, 8, 10, so it's broken up by 2/10, and then it's more than that or under that, you can do that. You know, it's just broken up, so these 0 to 1, or 0 to 2, 0 to 4, 0 to 6, 0 to 8, right? So it's just purely, it's how you divided up your colors and just what you want those measurements to be. No, you don't. I mean, you don't need to. That's really about just minimum thickness analysis. I mean, you're not going to do it to, you know, the micron or whatever. I mean, 1/4 of a millimeter, you know, just anything under a millimeter is what I'm looking for the most part. Oh, no, I'm not. You can change the max thickness here. I was talking about the amount, how many of these square or rectangles there are is what I was talking, how many divisions there are. But basically it's just divided up 5 and then over and under. So whatever you set that minimum and maximum, it's going to divide that by 5. Oh, it's in there. We talked about your stuff for sure. Does that make sense, Raytheon? Right? I mean, you can set it, and the other thing is it gets tricky because it's measuring in all, it's not just measuring in one direction. So if you have any ridges and that's less than a millimeter, then that's going to glow red. You have to kind of learn to look at it for thicknesses in the right directions. But well, I think that, like I said, this guy's book, Anatomy for Sculptors, I think that he really breaks down some of the core concepts, right? Like, once again, these are the block shapes. He's drawing on an actual body, which is nice. I actually like that he does that. You can see your muscles. You can see how it blocks up. I would say start learning to view your forms like this in these sort of faceted, right? Because the second you can identify the base shape of what you're sculpting, how did I stab myself in the hand? That's weirder now. The quicker you can start to understand what's going on. Another one is Bridgman's constructive anatomy. You can tell that this guy looked at Bridgman. Right. So the second you can see these base shapes, you can turn it into real anatomy pretty quick, right? You can see how he's breaking it up very geometrically. And I think that if you can analyze how the forms work geometrically, you're going to see the faces, the angles. I think that if you can think about your anatomy geometrically, you're going to understand what's happening, knock off the edges and make it a little wrinkly, and ta-da, there you go. You got it going. So I would say Bridgman and this Anatomy for Sculptors. I think those are two really good foundational books on how to think about anatomy. But yeah, here, see, if you can keep it very geometric, it'll allow you to wrap your head around what's going on. And his book does a really good, you can see here, he breaks down your muscles on actual anatomy. So I find his work or his books to be very helpful. All right. Well, if that's it, I am probably going to call it quits here. Any other questions before we wrap this rascal up? Cool. All right, kind and gentle folk. I will see you next Monday. Have a great week. Have a safe week. And I will see you soon. Now I have to figure out how to turn this. I want to thank ZBrush for letting us do this. And yeah. See you Friday. All right. I need to go here. Stop streaming.